Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Berlin Displaced, a city out of time. I landed in Berlin just after dawn, the sky still a dull gray, the kind of light that feels like the city is holding its breath. I pulled my jacket tighter around my waist as I walked toward the arrivals hall. The cool morning air nipped at my neck, and somewhere beyond the sliding glass doors, a distant dog barked twice, sharp, insistent. I almost turned back, but I had a schedule to keep. This was supposed to be a straightforward business trip, nothing more complicated than meetings and hotel check-ins. I had done this route enough times to sleepwalk through it. I noticed the first odd thing when I stopped at a small cafe near the terminal exit. I ordered a coffee, black, no sugar, and the barista gave me a look that didn't quite settle in her eyes. She wasn't unfriendly, but there was a flicker, like she was trying to place me and failing. I caught it and smiled politely, but the moment stretched between us, and I felt a familiar tightening in my chest. Not quite anxiety, but something close enough to make my palms feel clammy. "Here you go," she said, her voice steady but with a hint of hesitation. The cup was warm, the cardboard sleeve rough against my fingers. I thanked her and stepped outside, the city's usual hum lapping around me like a familiar blanket. But something was off. The street signs looked a little different, letters sharper, edges cleaner than I remembered. The usual scuff marks on the pavement were missing, and even the trees lining the boulevard seemed too symmetrical, as if someone had trimmed away all the imperfections. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the feeling. Jet lag, probably. The coffee tasted right, bitter and smooth, but the heat didn't seem to spread through me the way it should have. I took a deep breath, the smell of rain-soaked asphalt mixing with distant exhaust fumes. I could hear the faint clatter of a tram, its bell ringing twice before fading into the background noise of the city waking up. I pulled out my phone to check the time and messages. There was nothing new except a single email from my office, safe travels. Meeting at 3 p.m. sharp. I replied quickly, fingers moving a bit stiffly. My reflection caught in the screen, tired, maybe a little pale. I tapped the screen to unlock it and noticed something else. My wallpaper was different. I was certain I hadn't changed it to this photo, a picture of a street I didn't recognize, lined with buildings that looked oddly familiar but not quite right. Curiosity gnawed at me. I scrolled through my photos, but the album was missing pictures I was sure I'd taken months ago. Instead, there were images, snapshots of places I'd never been, faces I didn't recognize smiling back at me. I frowned, tapping the screen a few more times. Maybe a glitch. I closed the app and reopened it. Same results. I tried to convince myself I must have accidentally synced with another account, but that didn't explain the way my stomach tightened. I stuffed the phone back in my pocket and started walking toward the taxi stand. The streets were cleaner, almost sterile, and the people moved with a kind of mechanical efficiency I hadn't seen before. A man in a gray suit passed me, briefcase in hand, and glanced quickly over his shoulder. I caught his eye, smiled, but he didn't smile back. He didn't even acknowledge me. It was a fleeting moment, but it left me unsettled. The taxi driver was an older man with a thick accent, his hands rough on the steering wheel. He seemed chatty at first, asking about my trip, but his questions felt rehearsed. I answered with short replies, watching the city blur past the window, buildings that should have been familiar looking just out of place. The usual landmarks were there, but slightly altered. The furniture looked taller, the colors of the graffiti on the walls were muted, and the cafes had different names, some in English instead of German, which made no sense. I asked the driver about it. Changes in the neighborhood? I said, trying to keep my tone light. He shook his head slowly. No, not that I know. This part hasn't changed in years. I nodded, but that only amplified the knot in my gut. Something was wrong. I could feel it in the way the air, cold and heavy with silence, tasted metallic and dry, as if the city itself was holding back, waiting for something. I checked into my hotel, a familiar place I'd stayed at before. The receptionist smiled but didn't recognize me. "Do you have a reservation?" she asked politely. "Yes, under Anders," I said, expecting the usual confirmation. She typed my name slowly, then looked up, confusion flickering across her face. "I'm sorry, sir, but we don't have a reservation under that name." I blinked. "I booked it last week." "Confirmed by email." She shook her head again, this time with a faint apology. "I'm afraid there's nothing here." The desk phone rang, sharp and intrusive. She answered quickly, then glanced at me with a tight smile. "I'm sorry. It seems there's been a mistake." Mistake. The word echoed in my mind. I dug into my bag, pulled out the printed confirmation from my email, and showed it to her. It was real, legitimate. But she just stared at it like it was a foreign language. I left the desk, the corridor beyond smelling of stale carpet and lemon cleaner. The elevator dinged, and I stepped inside, the mirrored walls reflecting a man I hardly recognized. I touched my face, the stubble rough under my fingers, and wondered if I had imagined everything. Later, I wandered the streets again, trying to find a familiar cafe or even a single person who knew me. At a small bakery, I asked for a pastry I had loved here before. The woman behind the counter hesitated, then shook her head. "Sorry, never heard of that." I stepped outside, the cold air biting at my cheeks. A bus rumbled past, its destination sign blinking erratically. The city felt like a stage set, perfectly constructed but hollow beneath the surface. I started to doubt my own memory, the sharpness of my senses, the trust I'd placed in what I thought I knew. Back at the hotel lobby, an older man sat reading a newspaper. I recognized the face from somewhere, a colleague, a friend, or maybe a neighbor. I approached cautiously. "Excuse me. Do you know Anders?" I asked. He looked up, eyes clear but unreadable. "I'm sorry, do I know you?" The question hit harder than I expected. I swallowed, forcing a smile. "I guess not." Outside, the sky was bruising purple now, the city lights flickering on one by one. Somewhere beneath it all, a quiet tension was building. I didn't know what I was stepping into, but I knew I wasn't going to find my way back the way I came. And I wasn't sure anyone here wanted me to have them. The sky had deepened into a bruised purple when I stepped back into the hotel lobby, the chill still clinging to my skin like a stubborn shiver. The older man's question echoed in my mind. "Do I know you?" His eyes were steady but distant, as if the connection I thought existed was a mirage. I nodded to myself, barely able to meet his gaze. "I guess not," I murmured, the words tasting bitter. I didn't know where to go next. The city outside had seemed familiar, but now it felt like a puzzle with pieces that didn't quite fit. The bus that had rumbled past earlier was gone, leaving only the faint scent of diesel and damp pavement lingering in the air. I stood there, the weight of the moment pressing down, the noise of the lobby dimming into a low hum around me. I sank into a nearby chair, pulling out my phone. No messages. No missed calls. Just the usual background noise of apps updating and notifications from friends who, in this reality, might as well be strangers. I tapped through my contacts, searching for something, anything to ground me. Anders. No contact. No number saved. No trace at all. The screen felt colder than the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, the glow harsh against my eyes. I closed the phone and tried to slow my breathing. I had to figure this out. If the city, the people, even the simplest facts were shifting beneath my feet, I needed a plan. I needed evidence. The hotel lobby's old carpet felt rough under my fingers when I ran a hand along the armrest. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a hotel employee passing by, clipboard in hand. I decided to approach, hoping for a name, a detail, anything. "Excuse me," I said, voice low. "Could you tell me if a man named Anders has been staying here recently? Maybe someone connected to the conference?" She glanced up, her expression blank for a beat before she shook her head. "No one by that name." "Sorry." Her words hit like a stone. I nodded, forcing a polite smile that didn't reach my eyes. The feeling of isolation settled deeper. I turned away, scanning the lobby once more. Every face seemed to avoid me, their eyes flickering past like I was a ghost. Outside, the air was colder now, the early night thick with the scent of rain. I walked to the corner cafe I visited the day before, hoping for a familiar anchor. The bell chimed as I entered, but the place was different, quieter, the barista's face unfamiliar, the menu missing the usual specials. I asked casually, "Has Anders been here?" The barista frowned. "Never heard of him. Maybe you're thinking of someone else." I shook my head, feeling the walls closing in. I knew how that sounded, paranoia, perhaps. But the certainty in every denial was unnerving. The city was rejecting my history, erasing the people I knew. I sat down by the window, staring out at the streetlights flickering like distant stars. The cafe smelled of stale coffee and polished wood, but there was an underlying sharpness, something metallic and faintly bitter that made my stomach twist. I pulled out my notebook, scribbling down names, places, fragments of memories that now felt unreliable. My hands trembled slightly as I wrote. Was I losing my grip on reality, or was reality slipping away from me? I decided to check the conference venue again. If Anders wasn't in the hotel or the cafe, maybe the place where we were supposed to meet held answers. The streets were slick with recent rain, reflecting the neon signs in fractured pools. The ambient noise was low, distant footsteps, the occasional car passing, a dog barking somewhere far off. When I reached the venue, the building looked the same from the outside, but the lobby was empty, save for a security guard who barely glanced at me. I approached him cautiously. "Hi," I said. "I'm looking for Anders. I was scheduled to meet him here." He looked up, his expression polite but firm. "I don't know anyone by that name. No Anders in the guest list." The words were like nails on a chalkboard to my mind. I bit my lip, trying to keep my voice steady. "Are you sure? I have emails, messages." He shook his head. "Sounded like you might be mistaken. Maybe you're thinking of another event." I nodded slowly, the knot in my chest tightening. I stepped outside, the cool air hitting my face, sharp and unforgiving. Something was wrong, terribly, undeniably wrong. The city had swallowed my memories whole. I wandered back toward the hotel, the street lamps casting long shadows that seemed to flicker just out of sync. The familiar turned strange with every step. I passed a group of people laughing, their voices warm and real, but as I looked closer, their faces blurred, details smudged like a bad photo. I blinked, but the edges didn't sharpen. The sensation was disorienting, like being underwater and trying to focus on something just beyond reach. Back in my room, I locked the door behind me, the cheap hotel lock clicking with a finality I hadn't noticed before. The air was stale, a faint scent of disinfectant and something else, something faintly sweet and wrong. I sat on the edge of the bed, my mind racing through every interaction, every denial, every absence. If Anders didn't exist here, then who was I? And why did no one remember me? I pulled out my laptop, fingers hesitating over the keyboard. The internet connection was slow, glitching intermittently. I typed his name into the search engine. No relevant results. Only generic pages about unrelated topics and old news articles that didn't fit the timeline I remembered. A cold wave rolled through me as I realized this wasn't just a bad day or a strange coincidence. This was something systematic. Someone or something was erasing the people I knew, the reality I trusted. I shut the laptop abruptly. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in like a trap. I wanted to scream, to run, to find some proof that I wasn't losing my mind. Instead, I sat there, listening to the hum of the air conditioner and the distant murmur of the city that no longer felt like home. The phone buzzed suddenly, sharp and unexpected. I grabbed it, heart jumping. No caller ID. I hesitated, then swiped to answer. A voice whispered, barely audible over the line but unmistakably familiar, calm, distant, a shade of warning. You're looking in the wrong place. Stop before it's too late. The line went dead. Silence. Complete silence. I dropped the phone onto the bed, breath shallow, fingers stiff. The room was dark now, the streetlight outside flickering through the curtain in uneven pulses. I didn't know who was warning me, or why. The air clung to my skin with a damp chill as I stepped off the train into the heart of the city's restless silence. And the storm wasn't just gathering outside. It was building inside me. The phone lay on the bedspread, its screen dark like a falling star. I stared at it, pulse quickening, breath shallow enough to taste the stale air in the room. That voice, familiar, distant, warning, was still ringing in my ears. Who was it? What did it mean? And most unsettling, why had they chosen to reach out now, when everything was unraveling faster than I could follow? I sat up, rubbing my temples, the dry crackle of the air conditioner filling the silence. The city outside murmured faintly, but it sounded alien, like a dream slipping through my fingers. I wanted to believe this was some elaborate joke or a nightmare I could wake from. But deep down, I knew this was real, and I was in over my head. By the time I forced myself to get out of bed, night had deepened, and the streetlight's uneven flicker cast jagged shadows on the cracked plaster of a wall. The air smelled faintly of dust and something metallic, like the scent of a hospital corridor or an old train station. I needed answers. Not tomorrow, not in an hour, now. I pulled on my jacket, pockets empty but for the phone and a crumpled boarding pass. No way to call anyone I trusted. No contacts I recognized. That was the cruelest part. Everyone who should have been there wasn't. Not in this place. The faces I knew refused to acknowledge me. The city I loved had slipped through the cracks and left me stranded in this uncanny reflection. I locked the door behind me, the click echoing louder than I expected in the narrow hallway. Downstairs, the lobby was empty, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead like a swarm of angry bees. The front desk clerk, a woman with a tight bun and eyes that darted away when I looked, barely glanced up. "Excuse me," I said, voice firm despite the knot in my throat. "Do you know if there's a public library nearby? I need to do some research." She shrugged, fingers tapping on the keyboard. "There's one 2 blocks east. Closed now. Tomorrow morning? Maybe." Her tone was clipped, indifferent, like I was just another tourist with a bad map. I nodded, not expecting anything more. I stepped outside into the cold night, the city's breath sharp in my lungs. The streets were deserted, save for a few distant sirens wailing somewhere far off. I walked aimlessly, trying to make sense of the disjointed memories and mismatched details spinning in my head. At a corner cafe still open, I stopped to get a coffee. The barista was young, with a name tag I couldn't read clearly in the dim light. He smiled, but something was off, too rehearsed, like a mask slipping. "Anything else I can get you?" he asked, voice smooth. "Do you know a guy named Mark?" I asked impulsively. He blinked, processing the question. "Mark? No, sorry. Don't think so." I swallowed hard. Mark was supposed to be a friend from my last trip here, someone who would have helped, or at least known me. But here, in this place, he didn't exist. I left without finishing the coffee. Back on the street, I pulled out my phone again, flipping through the contacts. No Mark. No Sarah. No one. Even the photos were altered, faces blurred or replaced. It was as if someone had scrubbed me clean from this world's memory. I walked faster, heart pounding. The more I tried to piece it together, the more fragmented it became. That's when I noticed the people, real people, watching me. Not overtly, but in those quick glances over shoulders, the subtle shift in conversations as I passed. They weren't friendly. Not hostile, exactly, but wary. Like I was a ghost in their world. I ducked into a narrow alley, the walls close and damp, the smell of garbage and something rotting making me gag. My hands trembled as I pulled out the boarding pass again, staring at the date and flight number. The ticket had been real. I'd flown here. But which here? And how had I crossed into this version of reality? In the shadows, a figure stepped forward, tall, indistinct in the gloom. My breath caught. "Why are you looking for them?" The voice was low, cautious. I blinked. "Who are you?" The figure hesitated. "You don't belong here. This isn't your world." "I know that. I'm trying to get back." They laughed, a dry, humorless sound. "There is no back. Once you cross, the door closes behind you." That hit me like cold water. No escape. No return. The sickening realization settled in. Whatever this place was, it wasn't a detour. It was a trap. "Who are you?" I asked again, voice sharper. "Someone who's been where you are. Someone who knows what happens when you dig too deep." They took a step closer, eyes glinting in the dark. "You keep asking questions, and soon they'll come for you. Not with fists or threats, but with silence. Erasure. No one left to call your name." I swallowed hard. The warning wasn't abstract anymore. It was immediate. Personal. "Why me?" I whispered. The figure shrugged. "Because you saw the cracks. Because you want proof. And because you're not supposed to." I stood frozen, the alley pressing in around me, the weight of the unknown pressing down. The city outside felt miles away, like a place I'd only heard of in stories. "Listen," the figure said suddenly, voice dropping to a whisper. "If you want out, you have to stop looking. Forget who you think you are. Start living here, or vanish." I shook my head. "I can't." They nodded slowly, as if expecting the defiance. "Then you're already lost." The footsteps behind me grew louder, distant but coming closer. Panic surged, cold and sharp. I turned, heart hammering, but the alley was empty. The city breathed around me, indifferent, uncaring. I ran. Back to the hotel, to the room that no longer felt like mine. I locked the door, slid down against it, hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. I dialed my own number from another phone. No answer. Tried my email on the laptop, messages deleted or never received. My digital footprints were vanishing, too. The walls closed in again, tighter this time. I realized I'd crossed a point of no return. There was no map, No lifeline, no rescue. Just this fractured shadow of a world, where everyone I knew was a stranger and every familiar landmark was a lie. I stared at the dark screen of my phone. The line that had gone dead earlier wasn't just a warning. It was a door closing. And I hadn't just lost my past, I was losing my future. The silence in the room deepened. Outside, the city flickered in and out of focus, as if blinking through layers of a dream I couldn't wake from. A thick fog swallowed the streets as I emerged from the station, the world reduced to muted shapes and whispers. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Because now I understood, the threat wasn't just forgetting. It was total disappearance. And I was running out of time. The dark screen of my phone blinked back at me like a dead eye. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't tear myself away. The room was thick and stale, like the air had been trapped behind these four walls for years. Somewhere outside, a siren wailed long, mournful, and oddly distant. I glanced at the window. The city was still, but the streetlights flickered on and off, casting uncertain shadows that shifted like something alive. I pressed my forehead against the cold door, trying to slow the pounding in my temples. What had I become here? A ghost? A mistake? The thought of anyone or anything knowing where I was, or even caring, felt increasingly absurd. My own voice, when I tried to call home, had been swallowed by silence. No answer. No record. No trace. The phone vibrated against my thigh. A message. I snatched it up, fingers trembling, heart thudding so hard I could taste it, metallic, bitter. The screen showed a single text, no number, no name. You shouldn't be here. I stared at it. Who? What? The message felt like a breath on the back of my neck. I didn't want to be here either. I shoved the phone into my pocket and stood up. The room suddenly felt too small, the walls pressing in closer. I paced, the worn carpet muffling my footsteps, ears straining for something, anything that could tell me what was real. The hum of the air conditioning was uneven, sometimes louder, sometimes almost gone, like the building itself was breathing irregularly. I had to move. Staying meant suffocating. I grabbed my jacket from the chair, the fabric rough under my fingers, smelling faintly of smoke and something sour I couldn't place. The door creaked as I opened it, the hallway beyond swallowed in shadows. The hotel was quieter than it should be. Usually, even at this hour, there was a murmur of voices, laughter, the clink of glasses from the bar downstairs. Not tonight. Only the distant thud of a broken elevator, grinding against itself somewhere in the shaft. I stepped out and locked the door behind me, the click sounding far too loud. The corridor smelled like damp plaster and old carpet, the walls lined with peeling wallpaper whose patterns blurred when I blinked. I walked toward the stairs, deciding I couldn't risk the elevator. The metal steps were cold under my palms as I descended, each footfall echoing in the empty shaft. At the lobby, the front desk was deserted. The computer screen was on, showing a login prompt, but no one sat behind the counter. I called out, voice sharp and brittle. Silence. I noticed a small card on the counter, with the hotel logo and a number for emergencies. I jotted it down quickly, hoping it was real, hoping it was connected to something real. Outside, the night air was colder than I remembered, the city slick with a recent rain. The street lamp flickered again, buzzing faintly. I pulled my jacket tighter, my skin prickling as if unseen eyes were watching. I stopped at a corner cafe I'd passed earlier, hoping for light, warmth, maybe some sense of normalcy. The place was open but empty. The barista, a young woman with sharp eyes and a tired smile, glanced up when I entered. Late night? I asked, trying to sound casual. She hesitated, then nodded. Not many come this late. I ordered a coffee. The bitter aroma filled the air, grounding me for a moment. Taking a sip, I listened. Do you know this city well? I asked cautiously. She glanced at me, almost wary. Born and raised. Why? Just trying to find my way. Her eyes narrowed slightly. You look lost. The word struck like a slap. I forced a smile. Maybe I am. She leaned in, voice dropping. There's been strange things lately. People disappearing. Things shifting. You're not the only one noticing. I blinked, heart skipping. Disappearing? Shifting? The city's different now. Not how it used to be. Some say it's the buildings, others say it's the people. But something's wrong. You should be careful. I nodded, swallowing hard. Thanks. I will. Outside, the streets seemed to breathe with an ominous life of their own. The pavement was wet and shiny, reflecting the neon signs that buzzed like insects trapped in a jar. I walked without direction, my thoughts spiraling. If people were disappearing, what did that mean for me? Was I next? Or worse, already gone, in some sense? I stopped at a newsstand, the headline strange and unsettling. Stories about missing persons, unexplained blackouts, and odd government warnings that felt like half-truths. I thumbed through the papers, trying to find something familiar, but the names, places, they didn't match anything I remembered. A cold wind swept past, carrying the faint sound of children laughing. It was distant, but sharp. I turned. The street was empty. I kept walking. Hours later, I found myself in a part of the city I'd never seen before. Buildings leaned at odd angles, their facades cracked and crumbling. Windows stared like empty sockets. The air smelled of dust and rot, thick and suffocating. I paused outside a small, dilapidated bookstore. The sign hung crooked, letters faded, but I recognized the name, Harper & Sons. My breath caught. I'd passed this place countless times before, always meaning to go in. Now, it looked abandoned. I pushed the door open, the bell above tinkling weakly. Inside, the smell of old paper and mildew wrapped around me like a shroud. Shelves sagged under the weight of forgotten stories. I ran my fingers along the spines, searching for something, a clue, a connection, proof that this world was still tethered to the one I knew. A voice startled me from the back of the store. You shouldn't be here. I spun around. A man stood there, middle-aged, his face pale and drawn, eyes sharp as broken glass. He wore a threadbare coat and held a cup of coffee that steamed faintly in the dim light. Who are you? I asked, voice low. He studied me for a long moment. Someone who's seen what happens when people poke around where they shouldn't. You're in over your head. I swallowed. I'm trying to find my way back. He shook his head, bitter laughter escaping him. There's no way back. Not for you. Not anymore. Why? My voice cracked despite myself. Because this place, it's a trap. A copy, a shadow. Someone's rewriting the rules, erasing the past to hide something ugly beneath. I wanted to ask more, but the sound of footsteps upstairs made me freeze. The rain had stopped, but the air still tasted of damp concrete and cold stone. I stepped out of the cafe, the bitter aroma of burnt espresso lingering in the back of my throat. My hands trembled slightly, not from the chill but from the weight of what I'd just learned. I'd spent the better part of 2 days chasing shadows, people who looked like the ones I knew, places that should have been familiar, and yet everything was wrong. No records, no memories, no acknowledgement. Just blank stares and polite refusals. I walked slowly down the narrow street, my footsteps echoing against the wet cobblestones. The city felt the same, almost. Same crooked streetlights, same faded posters peeling off the walls, but something was off. The colors seemed muted, like someone had dialed down the brightness on the world. I could hear the distant hum of traffic, a dog barking somewhere, and the faint clink of a glass bottle rolling down a gutter. But no warmth. No comfort. I pulled my coat tighter around me, the fabric rough against my fingers. I remembered the last conversation with Clara, the woman who should have been my sister in this reality but insisted she didn't know me. Her eyes had been sharp, unreadable, her voice calm but distant. "I don't know who you're talking about," she said. "You must be mistaken." Mistaken. The words swirled in my mind, knotted with disbelief and cold fury. How could she not remember? How could anyone not remember? I stopped beneath a flickering street lamp, watching the light sputter unevenly before plunging the sidewalk into shadow. My breath came out in short bursts, white in the night. I tried to recall the last few months of my life, my job, my friends. But the memories felt fragile, like thin glass, threatening to shatter under the slightest pressure. I tasted iron in my mouth. Not blood, I hoped, just the dry residue of panic. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, the screen cracked but still functional. A message from an unknown number. "Stop looking. You don't belong here." The chill in my spine was not from the night air. I looked around. The street was empty. I wasn't sure if I wanted to run or stand still, but my legs moved anyway, taking me to the edge of the city's older district. The buildings leaned in close, their facades cracked and stained like tired faces. I touched the rough plaster of a wall, cold and gritty, grounding myself in something real. This wasn't a dream. Not a hallucination. I was trapped in a place where everything familiar was a lie. I thought back to the airport, the moment I realized something had changed. The passport control officer who blinked at me like I was speaking a foreign language. The driver who didn't recognize my name, no matter how many times I repeated it. I remembered the growing knot of dread in my stomach as I realized I was a stranger and intruder. But why? How? I had no answers, only questions that gnawed at me like rats. I sat down on a cold stone bench, the damp seeping through my jeans. I pulled my jacket tighter, breathing in the sharp scent of wood leaves and distant smoke from chimneys. The city's noises seemed to fade into a low hum, like a heartbeat I could feel but not quite hear. I closed my eyes and tried to remember my own face, the one I saw in the mirror every morning. My smile, my scars, the way my hair fell over my forehead. But even that seemed uncertain now. When I opened my eyes, a figure stood a few feet away. A man, middle-aged, wearing a dark coat and a hat pulled low. He didn't move toward me, just watched. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes held a flicker of recognition, or was it warning? "Why are you here?" he asked quietly. I swallowed hard. "I don't know," I said. "I think I'm lost." He nodded slowly. "You're not the first." That stopped me. "What do you mean?" He glanced around, then leaned closer, voice barely above a whisper. "There are others. People who've slipped through the cracks. They come from somewhere else, and this place, it doesn't want them." The words sank in. Not supernatural. Not ghosts. Just this place, this reality, a different version of the world I knew, closing in around me. "Can I go back?" I asked. His eyes darkened. "No one does. Not really. I felt a shiver, not from the cold, but from the truth in his voice. "Then what do I do?" I whispered. He shrugged. "You find a way to live here. Or you disappear." The thought settled over me like a weight. To disappear was to vanish without a trace, to become nothing. But living here, in this place where everyone denied your existence, was no less terrifying. I looked up at the sky, now clearing, stars faint but visible through the mist. The world was still turning, indifferent to my plight. I stood, brushing dirt from my jeans, and started walking again. Not toward home that no longer existed, but forward, into the unknown. Days later, I found a small apartment in a quiet neighborhood. The landlord was indifferent, the neighbors polite but distant. I learned to navigate this place by blending in, keeping my head down, pretending to be someone else. I changed my name, my routines, my voice. It was exhausting, but necessary. I also learned to listen to the rhythms of the city, to the silences between conversations, to the subtle shifts in people's glances. I realized that in this world, survival wasn't about confrontation but invisibility. There were moments, though, when I caught a flicker of something familiar, a smile that almost recognized me, a phrase that echoed a memory. Those moments were both a bomb and an item, reminding me of what I'd lost and what might never return. I don't know if I'll ever go back to the life I knew. Maybe there isn't a way. Maybe I'm meant to be here, a ghost among strangers. But I'm still here. Breathing. Watching. Waiting. And that counts for something. The city hums with its endless, indifferent pulse. I've learned to find small comforts, a warm cup of coffee in the morning, the rough bark of a tree in the park, the soft murmur of rain tapping against my window. I've learned to accept the silence when it comes, to let the loneliness wash over me without drowning. I've learned that reality is fragile, and sometimes, the hardest truth is that you have to make peace with the shadows. One evening, while walking home under a sky smeared with orange and purple, I passed a bookstore. The window was fogged, but I could make out a title on a shelf, Parallel Lives. I smiled, a small, bitter twist of humor. Life, it seemed, had a cruel sense of irony. Inside, the shopkeeper looked up as I entered. Story 2, the Hawthorne house, a maze of madness. I didn't expect inheriting a mansion to feel so much like losing my footing. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, its paper thick and yellowed, the handwriting angular and unfamiliar, like the architect himself had signed it. I sat at my kitchen table, the coffee cooling beside me, and stared at the words over and over. You are hereby bequeathed the property known as the Hawthorne house. I knew the place by reputation, at least. Local legend branded it as a marvel of design and madness, a house that seemed to defy geometry. The architect, whose name escaped me, but I heard whispers, had poured years into its construction, twisting walls and windows until they resembled an Escher drawing. It was said to warp the mind, to bend perception. I'd always chalked that up to gossip and tourists' imaginations. But now it was mine. The idea was absurd. I worked a modest job editing manuscripts, living in a narrow apartment with questionable heating and a cat that didn't like strangers. I wasn't the sort who inherited grand estates, yet there it was, a tea tucked into the envelope. Cold metal against my palm, heavier than I expected. The first visit was on a late Saturday afternoon, the sky overcast but bright enough to cast shifting shadows through the towering oaks lining the driveway. The air smelled of damp earth and old wood, a scent that settled into my clothes like a slow apology. I parked my beaten-up sedan beside the wrought iron gates, which creaked softly as I pushed them open. The sound startled me, too human, too deliberate. Approaching the front door, I noticed the angles before I saw the door itself. The facade jutted in ways that felt unnatural, like someone had taken a straight line and gently folded it under a crease only they could see. I reached out, tracing the rough plaster with my fingertips. It was cool, gritty, somewhere between stone and concrete. My nails scraped against it, breaking the silence. Inside was colder, darker, even though the afternoon light tried to reach in through narrow windows set at awkward heights. The air was thick, not with dust but with a kind of stillness that pressed on the skin. I could hear my own breathing, uneven and shallow. The floorboards groaned underfoot, but the sound didn't echo as I expected. It seemed to vanish into the walls, swallowed whole. I moved slowly, my footsteps tentative, almost hesitant. The rooms didn't line up the way I thought they would. Doors that looked like they led to closets opened into halls. Halls folded back upon themselves. Stairs climbed only to disappear beneath other stairs. I felt my head tilt, trying to catch the logic, the pattern. There wasn't one, or if there was, it was hidden beneath layers of strange intention. There was a faint smell of something else, leather, maybe, mixed with a hint of something metallic. I couldn't place it, and it nagged at the back of my mind, like a forgotten word on the tip of my tongue. Crazy, right? Hello? I called, my voice sounding small in the vastness. No answer. Not a creak or whisper in return. Just silence. Complete silence. I found the kitchen eventually, a cramped space squeezed between two larger rooms. Its counters were covered in dust, but the sink held a single glass, rimmed with dried water stains. I touched it, felt the smoothness beneath the grime. Then I noticed the faintest smear of fingerprints on the counter, as if someone had been there recently. But that made no sense. The house had been empty for years, or so I thought. I tried the light switches. Nothing. The bulbs were either burned out or never installed. The only illumination came from the windows, casting long, weird shadows that shifted as the clouds moved. I stood by one, watching the distorted shapes crawl along the walls. The angles made it impossible to tell what was real and what was illusion. I rubbed my eyes and blinked hard. A sudden noise snapped me out of my thoughts, a soft tapping, almost rhythmic, somewhere above me. I froze, heart ticking louder in my ears. It could have been a branch brushing against the roof, or maybe the old pipes settling. But the sound had a cadence that felt deliberate, like a signal. Is someone there? My voice cracked. No reply. Just the tapping again, fading into silence. I decided to explore the upper floors, my legs trembling as I climbed the narrow staircase. The steps felt uneven, some higher than others, making each movement a small challenge. At the landing, I paused, catching a faint draft that smelled like cold stone and something else, something sharp and clean. The hallway stretched out, its walls angling inward so sharply that I had to keep turning my head to take it all in. Doors stood at odd intervals, none identical, some too tall, others too short. I opened one cautiously. Inside was a room filled with old blueprints, yellowed and brittle. I sifted through them, tracing lines that bent and twisted like the house itself. The architect's signature was on each, a flourish of confidence that made my skin prickle. I heard the tapping again, this time louder, closer. It seemed to be coming from the far end of the hall. I moved toward it, every step heavier than the last. When I reached the last door, I hesitated. The wood was warm beneath my hand, which made no sense. The house was supposed to be cold. I opened it slowly. The room was empty, except for a chair facing the wall. The tapping stopped. I looked around, suddenly aware of the silence pressing in from all sides. The air felt thick, almost viscous. My hands trembled. I wanted to laugh at myself, this was ridiculous. There was no ghost, no secret message. Just a house playing tricks on a tired mind. But as I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye, a shadow that wasn't mine, moving just beyond the edge of the doorframe. I blinked hard. It was gone. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Not entirely. Back downstairs, I sat at a dusty table, the house's strange geometry pressing in on me from every side. I tried calling my sister, but the phone didn't work here. The silence was absolute. Outside, a distant dog barked twice, sharp and sudden. The sound was enough to remind me that I was still part of the world, not lost in some dream. Yet the house whispered a different truth. I wasn't just inheriting a building. I was inheriting a puzzle, one that didn't want to be solved. And I wasn't sure I wanted to be the one trying. The next morning arrived with a gray, stubborn drizzle that smeared the windows in a cold film. I sat up slowly, my arms heavy and shaky. The mansion felt different in daylight. Less menacing, but only just. The impossible angles still twisted the light, making corners seem to fold back on themselves, always stretched beyond reason. I'd spent the night trying to shake the feeling that something was watching me, but daylight brought a new kind of unease, like a secret hiding in plain sight. I decided to start where I'd left off, the lower floor's main hall, that strange space where the walls seemed to lean together as if conspiring. The dust motes swirled in the pale light from the tall windows, and the floor beneath me creaked with every step. I pulled out my phone to check the time, but as before, no signal. Not a single bar. I half expected this, after all. The place sat miles from town, but the isolation suddenly felt more stark. I moved toward the grand staircase, eyes flicking to the edges of the hall. The shadows were longer now, but nothing moved. Or so I thought. Then, at the far end near the heavy double doors, I caught a flicker, a figure stepping just out of line of sight. I blinked hard, heart tightening. There was no one there. The hallway was empty, save for the swirling dust and the faint smell of something metallic, like rusted iron or old batteries. I swallowed hard, trying to dismiss it as a trick of light. But the sensation stuck, prickling along my skin like the touch of unseen fingers. I pulled open one of the doors. It led to what looked like a study, walls lined with bookshelves sagging under the weight of dusty volumes. A heavy desk sat beneath a stained glass window, its surface cluttered with yellowed papers and odd, angular drafting tools I didn't recognize. I ran a hand over the rough wood. It was cold, unyielding. As I rifled through the papers, a folded note slipped out. My fingers trembled as I unfolded it. "Do not trust the angles," it read, in a shaky, hurried scrawl. I stared at the words. A warning? A joke? The handwriting looked familiar, but I couldn't place it. The note smelled faintly of mildew, as if it had been hidden for years. I pocketed it and moved deeper into the study. A small, leather-bound journal lay half-buried under a pile of sketches, blueprints, elevations, strange shapes that defied conventional geometry. I flipped it open carefully. The handwriting matched the note. Pages filled with obsessive notes about perspective, perception, and architectural theory. But then the entries became fragmented, more erratic, as if the author's mind unraveled alongside the building. References to the house watching, walls breathing, and the angles folding space. It was unsettling but still grounded in reality, at least on the surface. A sudden knock echoed from the far end of the mansion. Sharp. Insistent. My breath caught. I wasn't expecting anyone. I crept to the door, heart hammering. The knock came again, 3 firm raps. I called out, "Hello? Who's there?" No answer, just silence. Then footsteps, light, quick, retreating down the hall. I stepped outside, peering into the dim corridor. No one in sight. The owl swallowed the sound. I shook my head. Maybe it was the caretaker? Except no one had mentioned a caretaker. No one had mentioned any neighbors either. The nearest house was a good mile away, obscured by thick woods. I tried the old landline phone again. Dead. The cell still no signal. I was alone. Or at least, I thought I was. A sudden low creak from above made me jump. The ceiling beams groaned as if flexing, not from wind but from some internal pressure. I pressed my hands to the wall, the plaster rough and cold beneath my palms. Something was off. The house wasn't just a building, it was a trap, designed to disorient and confuse. But why? I remembered the note and the journal and the strange sketches. The architect must have been brilliant, but also unstable. Obsessed. Probably trapped in this labyrinth of his own making. I decided to explore the upper floors, despite the knot tightening in my belly. If I was going to understand this place, I needed more information. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer, its beam weak but steady, and climbed the staircase. The steps creaked under my weight, uneven and unpredictable. Halfway up, the angle of the staircase shifted abruptly, forcing me to lean in a way that felt unnatural. I gripped the banister tightly, the wood slick with a thin layer of dust and something faintly sticky. I couldn't tell if it was sweat or something else. At the landing, a narrow hallway stretched before me, walls closing in like the jaws of a trap. The air smelled stale, like a room sealed shut for decades. As I moved forward, the flashlight flickered. I tapped it anxiously. The light steadied, but the shadows it cast twisted wildly, elongating my own figure into grotesque shapes. I stopped at a door marked with a faded brass plaque, "Private Quarters." The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open. Inside, the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, was small, cluttered with old furniture draped in sheets. Dust motes hung thick in the air. On the far wall, a cracked mirror reflected the room and me, but the reflection seemed just off. The angles didn't match. My body looked stretched, distorted. I blinked. The mirror was old, glass warped with age. Still, the effect was unsettling. I turned to leave and then heard a soft voice behind me. "Why are you here?" My heart slammed against my ribs. I whipped around. No one. The room was empty, save for the heavy curtains fluttering in a sudden draft. I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to laugh or scream. I'm sorry. I thought someone was here. Silence. Complete silence. I backed out of the room, closing the door slowly. The hallway seemed darker now, the walls pressing closer. At the end of the corridor, I spotted a faint glow leaking from under another door. Curious, I approached cautiously. Inside was a small study, far less grand than the one downstairs. A single desk lamp cast a pool of yellow light over a clutter of papers. On the desk sat an old tape recorder, its red light blinking steadily. I pressed play. The voice crackled through the speakers, shaky and distant. Day 32. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. The house, it's changing. The angles, they don't line up anymore. I can't trust my eyes. Sometimes I hear footsteps, but no one's there. I'm losing time, minutes, hours. I don't know what's real. The tape ended abruptly. I exhaled slowly, the room suddenly too warm, my skin prickling with cold sweat. Who had recorded this? And why had they left the tape here? I glanced around, my fingers brushing against a stack of letters tied with a faded ribbon. I untied it carefully and unfolded the top letter. It was addressed to me. The handwriting was neat, deliberate. Dear inheritor, if you're reading this, you've already felt the house's weight. It's not a place for the faint-hearted. The mansion doesn't want to be understood. It wants to be endured. Beware those who wander its halls with ill intent. Not all who enter leave as they arrived. Trust nobody, especially those who claim to help. I shivered, the words sinking in. Footsteps again, this time from behind the door. I whipped around, flashlight raised. Nothing. Just the faint echo of a soft laugh, barely audible, like the rustle of dry leaves. I wasn't alone. Not in the way I'd hoped. The house was waking up, and so was whatever or whoever was inside it with me. I had to find out who, before it was too late. The tape ended, and the sudden silence felt heavier than before. The room seemed to close in, the air thick with the faint scent of old paper and the faint metallic tang I couldn't place. I swallowed hard, struggling to steady the tremor in my hands as I reached to switch off the recorder. But the blinking red light wouldn't go out. I pressed the button again. Nothing. It was stuck, looping, as if the machine itself was trapped in some endless cycle. I stared at the desk, at the scattered papers, trying to make sense of it all. The handwriting was jagged and hurried, notes scribbled around the edges of architectural sketches, calculations warped and distorted in ways that made my brain ache. I traced a finger over one sheet. A diagram of the mansion, but the lines didn't match the floor plans I'd seen. Angles that should never meet did, corridors folding back into themselves, stairways leading nowhere, rooms overlapping like a cruel joke. I closed my eyes. That tape. The voice. Someone trapped, losing their mind. The same way I was starting to feel. The house, this impossible place, was no accident. I wasn't just an heir to an eccentric mansion. I was inheriting a nightmare meticulously designed to twist perception, to unthread the fabric of reality. I heard footsteps again. Soft, deliberate. Not the creak of the old house settling, not the skitter of a rat or the rustle of wind through broken windows. Steps. Human steps. I froze, listening as they stopped just outside the door. Then a whisper. Too low to catch all the words, but unmistakably there. Don't trust, not safe. My breath caught. Was someone else here? Had I imagined the voice? I wanted to bolt, but my legs refused. The wall seemed to lean closer, the ceiling dipping just enough to make my skin crawl. I edged toward the door, my fingers brushing the cold brass handle. Slowly, I cracked it open, just a sliver. The hallway stretched empty, shadowed, but no sign of anyone. I peered left, then right. The silence swallowed me whole. A cold rush of air drifted by, carrying with it the faintest scent of cigarette smoke and something else, something acrid, like burnt rubber or plastic melting. I scrubbed my nose, confused. The house smelled of damp plaster and dust, not smoke. I closed the door, locked it with a shaking hand, and backed away. The study felt like a fragile bubble, a thin membrane between me and some darker truth lurking beyond. I needed to get out. Outside. Fresh air. Grounded reality. I headed for the front door. The heavy oak seemed solid, reassuring. But when I turned the knob, it didn't budge. Locked. I hadn't locked it earlier, had I? My mind reeled. I tested the other doors, kitchen, dining room, back in trance. All locked. No windows would open either. Panic fluttered in my chest. The mansion wasn't just confusing my senses. It was trapping me. I sank down on the cold marble floor by the foyer, trying to think. The architect wasn't just a man who built strange houses. He was someone who needed control, someone who engineered this place to trap minds, to unravel sanity. Why? And who else had been here before me? I remember the name on the tape, no, just the recording, no name. But the scribbled notes mentioned project and subject. Like some kind of experiment. The house itself was the test chamber. That's when I noticed it. A small envelope tucked beneath the recorder, yellowed and brittle. My fingers trembled as I pulled it out, unfolding the letter inside. Subject 7, it began, typed in neat, cold letters. You have been selected to inherit the mansion. The process will begin upon your arrival. Resistance is expected but futile. The house will adjust. You will adjust. There is no escape. Compliance ensures survival. The words burned into my retinas. Subject 7. Me? This wasn't an inheritance. It was a trap. A psychological cage designed to break me down until I was nothing but a shadow of myself, a whisper lost in these warped corridors. A noise cut through my thoughts, a slow, rhythmic tapping, like fingers drumming on wood. It came from the grand staircase, the one that spiraled impossibly, the one I'd avoided since day one. Curiosity warped with fear. I wanted to run in the opposite direction, slam the door, hide forever. But something inside me, maybe stubbornness, maybe something darker, made me stand. I approached the stairs, each step creaking beneath my weight. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, echoing off the walls at impossible angles, bouncing back at me from places I couldn't see. At the landing, I found a small, antique clock. Its glass face cracked, the hands spinning wildly, never settling. The tapping came from its pendulum, broken, yet somehow still moving, striking the clock's frame with steady, maddening rhythm. I reached out, fingers brushing the cold wood. The clock fell silent. The tapping stopped. The air shifted. A draft whispered through the hallway, carrying a voice, clear this time. Stop looking. It's watching. I spun around, heart thundering. The hallway stretched behind me, empty. But the weight of those words settled like lead in my gut. I wasn't alone. And whatever it wasn't human. Or maybe it was. Maybe the threat wasn't some ghost or demon, but something far more insidious, someone watching, manipulating, waiting. I thought of the locked doors, the endless corridors, the impossible geometry that warped not only the house but my mind. I was trapped. No escape. The mansion had claimed me. I sank back down on the stairs, breath shallow, sweat prickling on my forehead. The clock's hands resumed their wild spin, indifferent to the warning. Shadows clung to the corners of the old house, whispering secrets I wasn't yet ready to hear. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows, carrying with it the faintest echo of a laugh, a dry, hollow sound that didn't belong to the house but to something just beyond reason. I closed my eyes. I had crossed the point of no return. The clock's hands spun wildly again, louder now, metal striking wood with a frantic rhythm that clawed at my nerves. I pressed my palms against the banister, trying to steady the tremor running through me. The words, "Stop looking. It's watching," echoed in my mind like a warning etched in stone. I didn't know what it was, but the certainty that someone, or something, was waiting, watching, pushed the cold sweat deeper into my skin. I needed to move. Sitting there was a trap, a surrender. But standing, my legs shook as if the mansion itself was pulling me down, folding space and balance around me until I wasn't sure where my body ended and the house began. The hallway stretched endlessly, shadows pooling beneath the peeling wallpaper. I could swear the walls bent inward at odd angles, swallowing light and distorting distance. A faint smell of damp plaster and something metallic drifted in the air, stale and unsettling. I inhaled sharply, trying to clear the fog in my thoughts. Then the tapping started again. Not the clock this time. Softer. Irregular. coming from somewhere deeper in the house. My name whispered on the draft. I swallowed hard. Who's there? My voice was low, cracked. No answer. Just the tapping, like someone drumming fingers on a table, waiting, deliberate. I followed the sound, each step heavier than the last. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet, complaining about the weight. The mansion's geometry twisted around me. Hallways I'd walked before looped back on themselves. Doors I was certain I'd locked stood wide open now. I stopped at one such door, heart thudding in my throat. Through the dim light, I could see a narrow stairwell spiraling down into darkness. The tapping came from below. The air grew colder, the scent of dust and dry rot thickening. A faint buzzing filled my ears, like distant flies trapped behind glass. I hesitated, the heavy oak door cold against my palm. Something in me screamed to turn back, but curiosity, stubborn, foolish, pushed me forward. Each step down the spiral stairs was a small victory over the growing panic. My breath came out in shallow bursts, and the hairs on my neck prickled. The tapping grew louder, more erratic, until it was a staccato beat that felt almost urgent. At the bottom, a narrow corridor stretched out, walls curving impossibly, the ceiling dipping low. The air was thick, claustrophobic. My fingers brushed the rough plaster. It felt gritty, like sandpaper, cold and dry. The faint light came from a single exposed bulb hanging by a frayed wire, flickering intermittently. Then I saw it. A figure standing at the far end of the hallway, motionless. Shadows masked their features, but the shape was unmistakable, human. My pulse slammed against my ribs. The figure didn't move when I stepped forward, didn't speak when I called out. I blinked, and the figure vanished. I stumbled back, heart pounding so hard it might burst. Was I imagining things? The house was playing tricks again, bending reality until I couldn't trust what I saw. I gripped the wall, nails digging into plaster. Show yourself, I demanded, voice firmer than I felt. Who are you? No answer. Just silence. Complete silence. A soft scraping noise made me whirl around. Behind me, the wall shifted, a narrow door sliding open silently, revealing a cramped, windowless room. The smell hit me then, stale air mixed with something oily, like machine grease and old sweat. Inside, the walls were covered with sketches pinned haphazardly, overlapping blueprints of the mansion, all drawn by the architect himself. But over the drawings, someone had written in shaky handwriting, "They're watching." I can't stop it. My hands trembled as I scanned the notes, trying to make sense of the frantic scribbles. The words repeated, "Angles lie. Memory betrays. Trust no one." A sudden noise, a whisper close behind me, made me spin around again. No one. Just the flickering bulb casting long shadows. I backed out of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, heart racing. The corridor seemed to stretch further now, darker, colder. The tapping resumed, closer, insistent. I had to get out. Had to find daylight, fresh air, something solid to hold on to. But the mansion wasn't done yet. Turning a corner, I collided with a man. He was thin, pale, eyes wide with a manic gleam that chilled me to the bone. His clothes were disheveled, stained with dirt and sweat. "Why are you here?" he whispered, voice hoarse. "You shouldn't be here." I inherited the house," I stammered, trying to keep my distance. He laughed, a dry, broken sound. "Inherited? You don't belong here. None of us do." "Who are you?" I asked, trying to sound calm. He took a step closer, and I could smell the sour tang of his breath. "I was like you once. Drawn in by the architect's madness. The angles. They twist the mind until it breaks. I swallowed hard. What angles? What madness? He shook his head, eyes darting nervously down the hall. It's not the house. It's what's inside. The people it traps. The things they do to survive. Survive what? I pressed. He glanced behind me, voice dropping to a whisper. There's someone else here. Watching. Waiting. Not a ghost. Not a monster. Worse. Someone who knows the house better than we do. A sudden crash echoed from somewhere above us, making us both jump. The man's face shifted, fear, anger, something I couldn't place. You have to leave, he said urgently. Before it finds you. Find me? What are you talking about? Before he could answer, the lights flickered violently, plunging us into darkness. The tapping turned into a pounding, echoing all around us, as if the house itself was beating its chest. I grabbed the man's arm, desperate. We need to get out. Now! He nodded, pulling me toward the stairs. But as we moved, the mansion groaned, walls shifting, corridors twisting faster than I'd ever seen. Doors slammed shut behind us, trapping us in a maze that grew more impossible with every step. My mind reeled. Was the house changing? Or was I losing what little grip I had on reality? The man whispered, voice trembling, this house doesn't just mess with your senses. It breaks you down, piece by piece. You're not just fighting the layout, you're fighting the people who live in the shadows. The house was quiet. Too quiet. I remember standing in the hallway just past the grand staircase, the wood beneath my feet creaking softly, the faint scent of dust and old varnish filling the air. Outside, a breeze stirred the branches of the towering oaks, their shadows flickering like restless ghosts against the warped walls. For the first time in weeks, I felt something shift inside me, a fragile, trembling thread of clarity. I'd been living in the mansion for nearly a month now, and every day had been a battle against the strange spatial distortions that gnawed at my mind. I'd lost track of hours, days, even faces. The angles, the impossible geometry, they weren't just tricks of architecture. They had become a prison, reshaping my thoughts, twisting memories until I no longer trusted what I knew. The house didn't just confound my perception, it invaded my sense of self. But that morning, standing there with the light filtering through stained glass, I made a decision. If the house wanted to break me, I wouldn't give it the satisfaction. I would find a way out, a way to reclaim my mind, to confront whatever human darkness hid beneath the impossible design. I retraced my steps to the study, the room that had become the epicenter of my unraveling. The walls leaned inward at odd angles. The ceiling sloped in a way that made my head swim whenever I looked up too long. The desk was cluttered with papers, sketches, notes, cryptic annotations from the architect himself. For days, I tried to piece together what he was after, what secret he'd buried in this labyrinth. Then, finally, I found it, a loose panel behind the bookcase. My fingers pried it open, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. My breath caught. I never expected the mansion to be hollow beneath its impossible design. I lit a candle, the flickering flame casting elongated shadows that danced along the rough stone walls of the hidden stairwell. The air was damp, carrying the faint metallic tang of rust and something else, something organic and faintly sickly. I swallowed hard and stepped down. The stairwell opened into a small chamber, cramped and cold. It smelled of mold and neglect, the stone walls slick with moisture. Against one wall was a makeshift cot, a worn blanket folded neatly atop it. On a rickety table lay a notebook, its cover faded and stained. I opened it carefully, the pages brittle under my fingers. The handwriting was jagged, hurried. The architect had been here, in this secret room, for days, maybe weeks. His notes spiraled into madness, obsessive sketches of angles, formulas that didn't make sense, and frantic entries about voices, shadows, and the watchers. I read on, heart pounding, as the final passages detailed his descent into paranoia. He believed the house was alive, that it observed him, manipulated him. I slammed the notebook shut. Of course, that was nonsense. The house wasn't alive. But the man had been trapped just as I felt myself trapped now. The building's design had isolated him, warped his mind until reality itself became a threat. I had to get out. Climbing back up, I felt the oppressive weight of the mansion pressing in again, but this time I was determined. I walked through hallway after hallway, through rooms that seemed to fold in on themselves, but I focused on the small details, scratch marks on the floorboards, the faint roar of the ancient ventilation system, the subtle differences in wallpaper texture. It was like decoding a puzzle, a language the owls spoke. And I was starting to understand. The key was in the angles. The architect had built the mansion as a maze, but one with a pattern, a logic. I followed the pattern to the front door, not the grand entrance but a smaller, almost hidden exit behind the servants' quarters. It was rusty, the lock seized, but I forced it open. The cold air hit my face like a baptism. Outside, the world was real. The sky was a pale blue, birds called in the distance, and the scent of pine and wet earth grounded me. I closed my eyes and breathed deeply, tasting freedom. I didn't take the mansion for granted after that. I sold it. The papers were signed in a small office downtown, the sunlight warm on my skin. I told the buyer everything I could about the architecture, the illusions, the hidden stairwell. He listened with a polite smile, but I knew he wouldn't understand. No one could, not really. Months passed. The memories of the mansion faded but never disappeared. Sometimes, in quiet moments, I'd catch myself hesitating in doorways or double-checking the angles of a room, the residue of the house lingering in my mind like a shadow. But I was free. And that was enough. I learned something essential in the house. The greatest horrors aren't always monstrous creatures or ghosts. Sometimes, they're the spaces we find ourselves trapped in, the impossible shapes of fear and doubt, the twisting corridors of our own minds. And sometimes, the only way out is to face the maze head-on, to trace the lines until they lead you home. I'm not the same person who inherited the mansion. I'm quieter now, more cautious, but also stronger. The house tried to break me, but it failed. I carry its story with me, a warning and a testament. In the end, the architect's greatest creation was not the mansion itself, but the lesson it forced me to learn, that even when the world bends and twists beyond recognition, we can find our way back if we're willing to look closely enough, and be brave enough to walk the crooked path. The mansion stands still, a silent enigma, but I have stepped beyond its walls. And the air tastes sweeter for it. Story 3, The Cabin's Quiet Hunger, Reality Bends Within. The air smelled like pine and damp earth the moment I stepped out of my rental car. I've been running from a lot lately. Not that running was the right word. More like drifting, or hiding from the usual noise, emails, calls, the endless stream of obligations I convinced myself were important. This was supposed to be different. I wanted quiet. Space. Time to think without the clutter of city life pressing against my skull. The gravel crunched beneath my boots as I crossed a narrow porch and pushed open the door. The scent inside was warmer, wood smoke mingled with something faintly sweet, like dried herbs or old paper. The floorboards creaked underfoot, uneven and a little too loose in places. Dust motes floated lazily in the shafts of late afternoon sun. There was a faint chill, but not unpleasant, like the house was holding its breath. I dropped my bag near the cracked stone hearth, noticing the faintest trace of something. Was that cinnamon? A stray candle stub sat on the mantel, half melted, its wick blackened but not recently used. The furniture was simple, weathered wood and threadbare cushions, nothing that looked new or out of place. A clock ticked somewhere in the background, slow and steady. I ran my fingers over the rough plaster wall, uneven and cold beneath my palm. The skin there was dry from the cabin's dryness, I guessed, but it felt oddly alive, like I was touching the memory of something. The window beside me rattled slightly in the wind. A distant dog barked, the sound sharp and sudden in the stillness. I set about unpacking in a half-distracted way, pulling out a sweater and a book I'd been meaning to finish for months. The cabin smelled faintly of cedar and something older, like the scent of a forgotten attic. Outside, the forest thinned, and I caught the last glimmer of sunlight through the trees. It was almost peaceful. Almost. Later, as I settled onto the sagging couch with the book in my lap, I noticed the faint creak of a floorboard upstairs. I froze, listening. Another creak, then silence. Probably the owls settling. I told myself that but couldn't stop the prickling at the base of my neck. The walls here seemed too thick to be completely silent, yet I wasn't sure if I was hearing things or if something else was out there. I glanced around the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. The door to what must be the kitchen was slightly ajar, and I could see into a dim space where the light from a single bulb flickered and buzzed. It was an uneven, nervous kind of flicker. A little like my own thoughts right now. I stood and walked toward the door, the floor creaking underfoot, then stopped. The kitchen looked exactly as I'd seen in the photos: old stove, chipped enamel sink, a faded pot holder hanging from a hook. But something felt off. The table was set with a single plate, an item and fork, and a glass, half full of water. I didn't remember leaving anything out. I definitely hadn't set the table. I blinked and looked again. The water was still. No ripples. No condensation on the glass. I reached out to touch it but hesitated, my hand hovering inches above the rim. Then I heard it, a soft scrape, like a chair being pulled back from somewhere behind me. I spun around. The living room was empty. The window rattled again. The dog barked once more, farther away now, drawn out and lonely. I swallowed hard, the dry air catching in my throat. "Hello?" I called softly, but only the ticking clock answered. I told myself I was imagining things. The mind plays tricks when you're alone. Exhaustion, maybe. The change of scenery. Maybe even the cabin itself, creaking and moaning like any old wood and stone shelter in the middle of nowhere. I went back to the couch, trying to settle my nerves, but then I realized something else. The door to the bedroom, which had been closed when I arrived, was now wide open. I was certain of it. I didn't remember opening it. The room beyond was dim, the curtains drawn tight, but I could see the outline of the bed, the rumpled sheets, and a small, framed photo on the nightstand. I didn't recognize the picture at first: two people smiling, arms slung casually around each other, frozen in some sunlit moment. I moved closer, heart tightening for reasons I couldn't explain. The photo was of me. But not recently. Younger, thinner, smiling in a way I hadn't done in years. And next to me, a woman I didn't know. I blinked, frowning. That wasn't possible. I'd never seen this picture before. I reached out to touch the frame, to examine it closer, but before I could, the door slammed shut behind me with a sharp crack that made me jump and spin around. The lock clicked into place with a definitive finality. I tried the handle. Locked tight. The room felt colder now, the shadows deeper. I pressed my hands against the wall, trying to steady my breathing, but the photo's image kept flashing in my mind. Who was that woman? Why had I never seen this before? Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window panes with a mournful whistle. The dog's barking faded into silence. I sank onto the bed, the rough quilt prickling my skin, and stared at the ceiling. The cabin was supposed to be timeless, but I was beginning to wonder if it was something else entirely. Something that didn't want me to leave. The silence after the door slammed shut felt heavier than the cold. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I sat in the dim light of the bedside lamp, listening to the wind's mournful whistle and the distant, now silent dog. The cabin felt like a living thing, its walls breathing in and out with the night air. Every creak and groan unsettled me, like the house was stretching in ways it shouldn't. Somewhere deep down, I knew I had to find a way out, but the door wouldn't budge. By morning, the air had shifted. The sun filtered weakly through the curtains, casting strange angles on the floor. I stood and pressed my hand against the door, still locked. My breath fogged the glass of the window beside me, and I wiped it with the sleeve of my shirt. Outside, the woods were quiet, but the shadows seemed longer, darker. I paced the room, eyes scanning every corner. The furniture, the peeling wallpaper, the crooked bookshelf, all familiar from yesterday, but now they felt wrong. I tried to map the layout in my mind, but the walls felt closer, the room smaller. My fingers brushed the edge of a photo frame on the dresser, a different one than the night before. This time, it was a picture of me, younger, holding a beer at a party I barely remembered attending. Someone else's arm slung around my shoulder, but the face was blurred, distorted. I frowned, a chill creeping up my spine. I wasn't imagining it. The rooms were shifting. I forced myself to breathe deeply, counting to 10, then 20. I needed to think logically. There had to be a pattern, a reason. But how do you reason with a house that rearranges itself? I'd rented the cabin because it promised escape, the quiet, the timelessness. Now it was a trap. On a sudden impulse, I pulled my phone from my pocket. No signal. Of course. The cabin perched too far into the woods, too far from the road. I flipped the screen off and back on. Nothing. I tried the door handle again. Locked tight. I was trapped. I scanned the room once more, looking for anything I could use to pry open the door, any loose panel, a window that might budge. The window was latched shut, the frame swollen with moisture. The walls, solid pine and plaster, showed no signs of weakness. Then I noticed the closet door, previously unseen, hidden behind a tapestry I hadn't paid much attention to. It was slightly ajar. Curiosity won out over caution. The closet was narrow and dim, smelling faintly of mildew and old cedar. I stepped inside, the floorboards creaking beneath me. At the back, a small trapdoor was set into the floor, its edges worn smooth. I hesitated. Something about it was familiar, like a half-remembered secret. I knelt and tried to lift it. It resisted at first, then gave way with a slow creak. A shaft of cold air rose from below, carrying the damp scent of earth and something else, something metallic, faint and distant. Peering down, I saw a steep wooden ladder descending into darkness. My fingers trembled as the shadows below seemed to pulse, swallowing light. Part of me wanted to run, to retreat to the locked room and pretend none of this was happening. But another part, a stubborn, reckless part, wanted answers. I grabbed my phone, switching on the flashlight. The beam cut through the black like an item, revealing rough stone walls slick with moisture. The ladder creaked under my weight as I descended, each step echoing hollowly. At the bottom, the air was colder, damper. The light flicked across a narrow tunnel lined with bricks, damp and crumbling in places. The smell of earth and rust grew stronger. I stepped forward, the beam trembling in my hand. Then I heard it. A faint murmur. Words, maybe. Or just the wind. I froze, straining to listen. The sound was coming from deeper inside the tunnel, faint but distinct. "Hello?" I called, my voice cracking. The murmur stopped. Silence. I swallowed hard, the taste of dust in my mouth. The beam swept ahead, catching the glint of something on the floor. A crumpled piece of paper. I stooped, picking it up carefully. The paper was damp, edges frayed, ink smeared. I unfolded it, squinting at the scrawled handwriting. "You can't hide from what you've done." The words hit me like a slap. My hands shook. That phrase, so simple, so pointed, felt like a verdict. I folded the note back, heart pounding. I wasn't just trapped by shifting walls. I was trapped by my past. I turned to climb back up, but then the beam caught movement, a shadow flickering at the tunnel's edge. I blinked. Nothing. A trick of the light. I told myself. Back in the room, I slammed the trapdoor shut, pressing my weight against it until the latch clicked. I needed a plan. I sat on the bed, the weight of the discovery settling heavily. The cabin's rearrangements weren't random. Each door, each room, was a corridor into memories and mistakes I had tried to bury. The unknown woman in the photo, maybe she was a part of that past. Maybe the cabin was forcing me to confront things I'd buried under years of excuses. I thought about the note, the voice, or whatever it was down in the tunnel. Was someone else here? Was whoever locked me in watching me now? The idea made my skin prickle. I wasn't alone. Outside, the wind had picked up again, rattling the window panes in a restless rhythm. The dog's bark echoed faintly from somewhere deep in the woods. Then silence. I reached for my phone again. The signal was still dead. I tried to call out, but my voice felt small, swallowed by the cabin's walls. I could try to wait it out. Maybe someone would come. But the locked door whispered no. I pushed myself up and crossed the room, touching the walls. The plaster was cracked, the paint peeling in places. The air smelled of damp wood and stale smoke. The dim light flickered, casting long shadows that twisted and writhed. I noticed something else then, a faint outline on the far wall, as if the paint had been scraped away. I stepped closer. It was a map. Scrawled in crude black lines, the map showed the cabin's floor plan, but it was different from the one I had memorized. The rooms twisted and folded back on themselves. Several points were circled in red, with notes and handwriting I didn't recognize. One of the notes read, "The past is the lock." I traced the lines with my finger. Each path led to a different room, each room a different memory. The map was a puzzle, a key. But to what? Suddenly, the door handle rattled. I spun around, heart pounding. Nothing. Just the wind. I exhaled shakily, then pressed my ear to the door. A voice whispered. Soft. Clear. "You can't run." My hands trembled. The room felt suddenly smaller, the shadows closer. I wasn't just trapped by walls and locks. I was trapped by someone's design. And they knew exactly what to say to keep me here. I sank back onto the bed, the map crumpled in my palm. The cabin was no longer a refuge. It was a trap, built not of wood and nails, but of memory and guilt. I had to find a way out. But first, I had to understand the maze. And that meant facing the past I'd spent so long trying to forget. Outside, the sky darkened. The first drops of rain tapped against the window, slow and deliberate. The storm was coming. And with it, whatever waited beyond the shifting walls. The door handle stopped rattling, but my hands kept trembling, fingers slick against the cracked paint. The whisper echoed in my mind, slow and deliberate, "You can't run." I pressed my back against the cold wall, eyes darting to the map again, the crude black lines twisting like veins. The circle points, the strange notes, they weren't just a puzzle anymore. They were a trap. I swallowed hard. The stale smoke smell thickened, like it was crawling into my lungs, suffocating in the dim light. I wanted to tear the map off the wall, but the plaster crumbled beneath my fingertips, gritty and fragile. This cabin wasn't just rearranging itself, it was alive, in some twisted human way. Someone had been here before me, someone who left those notes. Or maybe it was a warning. I slid down to the floor, knees pulled tight. The map's words burned in my head, "The past is the lock." What did that even mean? Facing my past was somehow the key to getting out, or maybe the prison bars themselves. I rubbed my temples, trying to make sense of it. And then it hit me, this wasn't random. The shifting rooms, the distorted memories, they were designed to force me to confront everything I had tried to bury. The door creaked again, slower this time, deliberate. Not rattling, but sliding. I stiffened, heart thrumming a frantic beat, and peered through the cracked doorway. Nobody. Empty hallway. The faint hum of the old heater ticked in rhythmic, like a pulse beneath the floorboards. I stepped out, boots scraping on the rough wood, the map's lines replaying in my mind. I remembered the first night when the bedroom door had vanished, replaced by a narrow closet I had never seen before. Inside, a pile of old photographs, some of me, some of people I barely recognized. Faces frozen in time, smiles that didn't reach their eyes. I'd shoved them aside, too afraid to look closer. Now, the map suggested those were part of the maze too. Each room a memory, each memory a choice. But who was I really dealing with? The cabin felt like a prison built by a stranger, yet the handwriting was eerily familiar. I had to be honest with myself. The notes, the map, they felt like someone who knew me intimately. Someone who understood the regrets I carried. The idea made my stomach twist. Was I alone in this, or was someone watching? Waiting? Hello? My voice cracked in the silence. No answer. Just the distant bark of a dog, sharp and sudden, cutting through the stillness. It sounded miles away, but the sound was too close, too deliberate. I shook my head. Maybe it was just the wind playing tricks again. I moved down the hallway, tracing the map's lines with my eyes. One room was marked with the note, "The choice you refused." I hesitated outside the door, the wood rough beneath my fingertips. I didn't want to open it, not yet. But the map pulled me forward, dragging me into a corner of my past I hadn't dared revisit. The door swung open to a living room that wasn't the living room I'd seen before. The furniture was different, older, faded. The air smelled like burnt coffee and old paper. On the table lay a letter, yellowed and creased, addressed to me. My hand shook as I unfolded it, the handwriting unmistakable, my own, but from years ago. A letter I had written but never sent. The words hit me like a slap, apologies, promises, excuses I had crafted to avoid responsibility. Reading them now, I realized how hollow they sounded, how much I had tried to rewrite my story without facing the truth. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in. I wanted to tear the letter apart, but I couldn't. It was a mirror I couldn't look away from. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind me. Slow, measured. I spun around. Nobody there. Just the flicker of the overhead light, its buzz filling the silence. The door I had entered through was gone. In its place, a narrow hallway stretched into darkness. The past was closing in, and there was no turning back. I swallowed hard and stepped into the hallway. The air grew colder, the damp wood beneath my boots slick. Every step echoed like a drumbeat, relentless and unyielding. The map flashed in my mind. This was the point of no return. The cabin had claimed me, folded me into its maze. Escape wasn't a choice anymore. Ahead, a faint light flickered. I followed it, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't explain. The hallway ended at a door, cracked open just enough to spill pale light into the gloom. I pushed it wider, revealing a room that made my skin crawl. Inside was a man. Not a shadow or a ghost, but flesh and bone. His eyes were sharp, calculating. He smiled, not kindly. "You're deeper than I expected," he said, voice low and steady. "Most people don't last this long." I swallowed, heart hammering against my ribs. "Who are you?" I demanded, voice barely above a whisper. He shrugged, stepping into the light. "Call me the Keeper. This place, it's not supernatural. It's a method, a design, a way to make you face what you've been running from." His gaze was intense, unsettling. "And now, you're part of it." The words settled like lead in my chest. The cabin wasn't haunted by spirits or curses, it was controlled. Manipulated. Someone was orchestrating this nightmare, using my past as a tool. There was no ghost, no magic. Just a human mind, cold and twisted, watching me unravel. I tried the door behind me. Locked. The windows? Boarded from the outside. No phone signal. No way out. The Keeper smiled again, that slow, knowing smile. "You can't run. Not now. Not ever." The map, the shifting rooms, the whispered threats, they weren't just tricks. They were a statement. I was trapped inside my own history, forced to walk the corridors of regret and consequence. And the person who had built this maze was right here, watching every step. I swallowed the rising panic. This was real. This was happening. And whatever came next, there was no turning back. The smile on his face didn't falter. I swallowed hard. "You can't run. Not now. Not ever." His words echoed in the stale room, matching the steady drip of water from somewhere overhead. It was a slow, deliberate cadence, like a metronome ticking off my failing heartbeat. "Why?" I asked, voice cracking. "Why me? What do you want?" His eyes flickered, not with kindness, but with something colder, calculating. "You've spent years dodging the fallout of your choices. This place? It's a mirror. A trap. And you're the only one who can find your way through it." I took a step back, pressing myself against the rough plaster wall. The feel of it was gritty, uneven, and somehow grounding in this unreal moment. A part of me wanted to believe it was all some sick joke, a twisted prank to mess with my head. But the locked doors, the shifting rooms, the memories bleeding through the walls, they screamed otherwise. "Who are you?" I demanded. He shrugged, that slow, unsettling smile never leaving his face. "I'm the keeper of your past. The curator of your regrets. And right now, you're my guest." His words didn't just settle in my mind, they dug in like thorns. I wanted to scream, to argue, to beg for mercy, but the air caught in my throat. The room suddenly felt smaller, the shadows longer, the silence heavier. I glanced at the map crumpled in my hand. The lines and symbols shifted beneath my fingers, the rooms rearranging themselves even now. Each door was a portal to a memory I tried to bury, a decision I'd avoided facing. The man was right. This was a maze built not from wood and nails, but from pain and consequence. "Show me," I said, voice barely above a whisper. "If you're going to trap me here, then show me what you want me to see." He nodded slowly, stepping aside. The door opposite me creaked open on its own, revealing a narrow corridor that wasn't there moments before. The air was colder here, the faint scent of damp earth mixing with something metallic. I hesitated, then stepped through. The corridor twisted like a serpent, walls closing in with a claustrophobic pressure. At the end, a flickering light revealed a room that looked like my old apartment back in the city. The peeling paint on the walls, the faded carpet stained from years of neglect. But the air was thick with tension, like the moment before a storm breaks. Inside, a younger version of me sat on a worn couch, staring blankly at a muted television. The silence was broken by the sharp click of a phone being hung up. I recognized the scene instantly, my own past, frozen in time. I moved closer, heart pounding. The younger me looked defeated, exhausted. The phone call had been the one that ended a friendship I still hadn't forgiven myself for. The room smelled like stale coffee and regret, and I could almost taste the bitterness on my tongue. Suddenly, the figure turned and looked directly at me. No, not me. An image of who I was then, filled with doubt and fear. "You can't change this," the voice whispered, but it wasn't from the figure. It came from the shadows. I spun around. The keeper stood in the doorway, eyes gleaming. "You can't outrun your past," he said. "But you can learn from it." I swallowed the lump in my throat and forced myself to nod. "What do I have to do?" He stepped forward, the floor creaking beneath his weight. "Face it. Every choice, every moment you ran. You're trapped here until you accept what you left behind." The room shifted again. The walls blurred, the floor undulated like waves. I stumbled, gripping the armrest of the couch. Panic clawed at my chest, but I pushed it down. If I broke now, I'd be lost. The younger me stood and walked toward a door I hadn't seen before, a door I didn't want to open. It led to a memory of my mother, the last time I spoke to her before we drifted apart. The air smelled faintly of lavender and old paper, two scents I hadn't noticed in years. Her voice was soft but firm, words I'd buried beneath layers of excuses and silence. "Why didn't you call?" she asked, eyes searching mine as if hoping for an answer that didn't exist. I wanted to scream that I was scared, that I didn't know how to fix what was broken. But the memory was an echo, a snapshot that refused to change. The keeper's voice cut through the room again. "You left her behind. You left yourself behind. That's why you're here." My hands trembled. The walls pulsed like a heartbeat, the air thickening until I could barely breathe. I forced myself to take a deep breath, the cold air biting my lungs but steadying me. "Show me the next," I said. "I'm ready." He nodded, a slow, deliberate movement. The room dissolved into darkness, then reformed into a cramped office with stacks of unopened letters and unpaid bills, my life unraveling after another poor choice I tried to ignore. The sound of a clock ticking filled the space, relentless and unforgiving. The smell of paper and dust was overwhelming, and the weight of responsibility pressed down like a physical force. I sank into a chair, the fabric worn and threadbare, and stared at the letters. Every unopened envelope was a decision deferred, a problem buried under denial. I could almost hear the voices of creditors, the mounting anxiety, the quiet desperation. The keeper's voice was softer now, almost sympathetic. "You wanted to escape. You thought if you ignored it, it would disappear." I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms. I didn't know how to face it. "Now you do," he said. "Or you stay here." The room shifted again, and I was back in the cabin's dim hallway. The keeper stood beside the locked door, the smile gone, replaced by a cold, hard stare. "You've seen enough for one night. Rest. Tomorrow, the maze will ask more." I shook my head. "I don't want to rest. I want out." He laughed softly, a sound without humor. Out isn't an option. But understanding is. And maybe, if you're lucky, forgiveness. The door creaked open behind him, revealing a figure I hadn't expected to see, someone from a chapter of my life I thought was closed for good. The sight knocked the breath out of me, a mixture of disbelief and dread twisting my stomach into knots. "You're not alone in this," the keeper said, stepping aside. "But that doesn't mean you're safe." The figure's eyes met mine, and for the first time since I arrived, the maze felt alive in a way that was far more dangerous than shifting walls or locked doors. It was human, and it was waiting. The figure didn't move. Her eyes were tired, but they held that same spark, like she was waiting for me to say something, but also willing me to stop talking. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, and all the words I wanted to say suddenly seemed useless. The hallway was silent except for the faint creak of the floorboards beneath my feet. The keeper closed the door behind him with a deliberate, almost final click. "You're not alone here," he said again, voice low. "But danger comes from more than maze walls. It comes from the past you refuse to face." Claire stepped forward then, slow, hesitant. "You left," she said quietly, voice rough. "You left me." Her words hit me like a slap in the dark. I could feel the years of silence between us, thick and suffocating. "I didn't leave you on purpose," I managed to say, but the words sounded hollow, even to me. She shook her head. "You left because you wanted to forget. You thought if you ran far enough, the past would stay behind." Her eyes held something sharp, a pain I'd buried deep. "But it doesn't work like that, does it?" No, it didn't. I wanted to scream, to say something that would fix everything. But the maze was already shifting again. The walls groaned softly, a sound like bones cracking in the dark, and the cabin seemed to breathe around us. The door behind Claire dissolved into a wall of peeling wallpaper, and the floor tilted just enough to send a shiver through my legs. The keeper's voice cut through the growing unease. "You can't run from what's inside you. The maze only shows you what's already there." Claire's face softened, but the hurt didn't fade. "You need to stop pretending you're not responsible. For me. For us." I looked down, the weight pressing on my chest heavier than any physical barrier. The rooms I'd wandered, the distorted memories, the twisted versions of my own choices, they weren't just tricks of the architecture. They were mirrors. Reflections of everything I tried to escape, regrets, mistakes, moments I wished I could undo. "Why show me this?" I asked the keeper, voice barely above a whisper. He shrugged, that cold smile flickering again. "Because understanding is the only way out. And maybe, just maybe, forgiveness." I glanced back at Claire. For a moment, I wanted to reach out to bridge the years, the silence, all the damage. But the maze was impatient. The walls around us started to shift again, slowly at first, then faster, the space warping like a funhouse mirror breaking apart. "We don't have much time," Claire said, her voice urgent now. "You need to choose. Face this with me, or stay trapped in the maze forever." Trapped. That word echoed in my mind. The cabin wasn't just a physical prison. It was a mental one, a labyrinth of my own making. I took a step forward. Then another. The air grew colder, the scent of damp earth and something metallic lingering faintly. My hands trembled, not from fear, but from the rawness of everything being laid bare. "I'm ready," I said, surprising myself. "Ready to face it." Claire nodded, a small, fragile smile breaking through. "Good. Because running only makes the maze bigger." The wall shifted again, and suddenly we were standing in a room I recognized. It was the old kitchen from my childhood home, the one I hadn't thought of in years. The cracked linoleum floor, the faded yellow wallpaper, the chipped sink with the rusty faucet. The smell of burnt toast and lingering coffee. But it was empty. Silent, except for the faint sound of a clock ticking somewhere in the distance. Everything we've tried to forget, Claire whispered. It's all here. I reached out, touching the faded countertop. The surface was rough under my fingertips, and the smell was real enough to make my stomach twist. I made mistakes, I said quietly. So did you. She looked at me, eyes glistening. We both did. But maybe it's time to stop pretending they don't matter. The maze wasn't just the cabin. It was us. Our shared history, the choices that shaped us, the things we tried to bury deep. And maybe, just maybe, forgiveness wasn't some far-off dream but something we could reach for. The keeper's voice echoed faintly behind us. The maze respects those who seek truth. The room blurred at the edges, the walls softening like wet plaster. I thought I might lose my balance, but Claire's hand found mine, steady, real. Come on, she said. Let's get out of here. The next moments were strange, like waking from a dream. The shifting slowed, the walls settled. The hallway stretched out before us, unchanged. The door at the end stood open, sunlight spilling in. I stepped toward it, Claire beside me. The air was warmer now, the scent of pine and earth replacing the stale cabin odor. The sound of a distant dog barking tarried through the trees. As we crossed the threshold, I glanced back once. The cabin loomed silently, its secrets folded away like a closed book. Outside, the air was sharp and clean. The world felt vast and uncertain, but free. Claire squeezed my hand. We made it. I nodded, but it wasn't just about escaping the cabin. It was about facing what I'd run from all these years. The maze had been a trap, yes, but also a reckoning. The road ahead was long. Forgiveness would take time. But for the first time in a while, I believed it was possible. The sun warmed my face, the wind whispered through the pines, and I breathed deeply. The past was still with me, but it wasn't holding me captive anymore. I didn't know what came next, but I was ready to find out. Story 4, Mirror Doppelgänger, Encounter with a Sinister Self. The morning smelled like wet asphalt and fresh grass, the kind of scent that settles after a night of rain but before the sun fully warms the earth. He was leaning against the brick wall opposite, hands shoved in the pockets of a faded denim jacket, the same way I did when I was trying not to look like I was waiting for something. Except his face was too familiar, down to the tilt of his chin and the faint scar just above his right eyebrow that I'd gotten in a bike accident 5 years ago. For a second I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Maybe the early light was bending shadows oddly, or the steam rising from the coffee made a ghost out of a passerby. But no! He was definitely looking at me. Hey, he said, voice low but clear, like he wasn't just trying to get my attention but was already inside my head. I blinked, the cold air making my eyes water a little. Do I know you? He smiled, a slow, knowing smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. You do. More than you think. I took a step back. The street was quiet except for the distant hum of a delivery truck and a dog barking somewhere to the north. The cafe's bell jingled as a woman came out, carrying a paper bag, but my gaze stayed locked on the man who looked exactly like me. You're me, I said, half laughing, half questioning. That can't be right. He shrugged, casually. It's not as crazy as it sounds. I studied him. His hair was the same messy brown, the way I always ran my fingers through it when I was nervous. His jeans had the same frayed edge that I'd been meaning to patch for weeks. It was like looking into a cracked mirror. What do you want? I asked, my voice tighter than I intended. Just a conversation, he said. I've been around for a while. That made my stomach twist. Around? Where? How? I was suddenly aware of the light drizzle that had started, cold and fine, settling in my hair and on my jacket. The air smelled sharper now, like wet concrete and something metallic, maybe rain hitting the gutter. Look, I said, trying to keep the edge out of my tone. If this is some kind of joke. No joke, he interrupted. I know about the Thompson family picnic last summer. I know what you told your boss last Tuesday about the Jenkins account. I know about your sister's cat and how it's been sick. It was a flood of details I hadn't shared with anyone except close friends, details that should have been private. My pulse quickened, hands clammy now on the ceramic cup. How do you know all that? He shrugged again, but this time it felt colder, less casual. I've been here. Watching. Learning. I glanced around, suddenly aware of how empty the street felt for a Tuesday morning. A couple of cars passed by, indifferent, their drivers probably unaware of the strange twins standing there in the rain. Why? I asked, voice dropping to a whisper. He stepped closer. Because I'm meant to be you. The words landed like a punch to my gut. Meant to be me? What kind of nonsense was that? I swallowed hard. My fingers dug into the cup, the ceramic rough and warm against my skin, a small comfort. You're not me, I said, but the certainty was wavering. He smiled again, but this time it was different, less friendly, more something else. You'll see. And then he turned and walked away, disappearing down the street as if he'd never been there. The rain picked up, tapping rhythmically on the pavement, the sky a dull gray bruised with clouds. I stood there, frozen, the coffee forgotten in my hand. The world felt off, as if a hidden gear had slipped in the machinery of my morning. I tried to shake it, tried to remind myself that I was alone, that there was only one me. But the image of that stranger lingered, my face, my mannerisms, my memories all perfectly mirrored. Something was wrong. Something I wasn't ready to understand yet. I looked down the street where he had disappeared, the puddles reflecting the dull light like shards of broken glass. The cafe behind me was quiet again, the bell silent. The rain was steady now, cold and insistent. And I was left standing in the middle of a town that suddenly felt unfamiliar. A shiver ran down my spine as I took a hesitant step forward, my boots splashing in the shallow water pulled across the uneven cobblestones. The chill wasn't just from the rain, it was something deeper, a creeping unease that settled in my chest like a stone. I glanced around, half expecting the stranger to reappear, to offer some explanation or at least a hint. But the street remained empty, washed clean by the relentless drizzle. The buildings loomed silently on either side, their windows dark and reflecting nothing but my own troubled gaze. I tried to recall every detail from our brief encounter, the way he had smiled, that eerie familiarity in his eyes, the subtle differences that made him both me and not me. It was as if I was staring into a fractured mirror, fragments of myself scattered and rearranged. Questions pressed against the edges of my mind, urgent and demanding. Who was he really? Where had he come from? And most unsettling of all, why had I never seen him before? A distant rumble of thunder reminded me that the storm was far from over. I pulled my coat tighter around me and started walking, each step echoing in the hollow quiet. Somewhere down this winding street, answers waited. Or perhaps more questions. Either way, I couldn't stay rooted in place, trapped by the fear of the unknown. As I moved deeper into the labyrinth of alleys and shadows, I clung to one fragile hope that the image of that stranger was not a threat, but a sign. A sign that the world was far stranger than I had ever dared imagine, and that my own story was only just beginning to unfold. The rain had stopped by the time I reached my apartment, but the air, cold and heavy with silence, was thick and damp, clinging to my skin like a second layer. I couldn't shake the idea that he wasn't just some random look-alike. Every detail he'd known, the quiet way I tapped my pen, the exact names of my childhood friends, even the way I hated the smell of wet dog, had been too precise. Impossible, really. But what if it wasn't? The clock ticked loudly in the silence. Midnight came and went. Somewhere nearby, a dog barked sharply and then was still. The quiet was unsettling, like the calm before a storm. I knew I had to start somewhere, so the next morning I began with what I could control: people. The town was small, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else's business, but that familiarity now felt like a trap. If this stranger was replacing people, then maybe there were clues hidden in the gaps, in the odd moments where someone seemed just a little off. I grabbed my notebook and walked out, pulling my jacket tight against the chill that had settled in overnight. The air smelled faintly of damp earth and gasoline from a nearby station. First stop was the cafe where I usually worked in the evenings, reasoning that I might notice something strange in the way people interacted. Inside, the light was low, casting long shadows across the worn wooden tables. The smell of coffee was sharp, a bitter tang that prickled my nose. I scanned the room, eyes landing on familiar faces. Mrs. Delaney, the owner, was behind the counter, humming softly as she wiped down the espresso machine. Her smile was quick but forced when she saw me. "Morning," she said, voice warm but with an edge I couldn't place. "Hey. Busy today?" I asked, trying to keep my tone casual. "More than usual," she said, glancing toward the door like she expected someone. "You know how it is." Her fingers fidgeted with a rag. I nodded slowly, watching as she turned to serve a customer. Something about her felt off. Like her usual easy confidence was replaced by something brittle. I made a note: Mrs. Delaney, unease, distracted. Could she have noticed anything strange? Or was it just my imagination? From there, I wandered the streets, making mental notes of who was where and who they talked to. I stopped at the library next, hoping the quiet would help me think. The librarian, Mr. Carlyle, was shelving books with his back to me. When he turned, his smile was polite but distant. I caught a flicker of something in his eyes, like he was trying too hard to remember where he put the last copy of a book. "Looking for anything in particular?" he asked. "Just browsing," I said, peering at the shelves. He nodded but didn't say more. When I walked away, I could swear he was watching me longer than necessary. Later, I met up with Sarah at the diner. She was my closest friend, and if anyone could help me sort through this mess, it was her. Her bright red scarf was wrapped tightly around her neck despite the warmth inside. She smiled when she saw me but didn't hug as usual. "You look like you didn't sleep," she said, voice low, scanning my face. "I didn't," I admitted. "Something weird happened last night. I saw someone who looks exactly like me." Sarah frowned, eyebrows knitting together. "That's creepy. You sure it wasn't just a trick of the light?" "I wish it was. He knew things, everything about me." She pulled her chair closer, eyes sharp. "Like what?" I hesitated, then listed the details: the way I bit my lip when I was nervous, the stories from school, even how I hated the sound of chalk on a blackboard. She blinked. "That's insane." "Yeah. But what if he's not alone? What if he's been doing this to others?" Sarah's face paled. "You mean, like, replacing people?" I nodded. "Exactly." We sat in silence for a moment, the clatter of dishes and low murmur around us fading into the background. My fingers tapped nervously on the table. The more I spoke it aloud, the more real it felt. "Have you noticed anyone acting strange? Different than themselves?" I asked. She thought for a second. Well, Mrs. Bowman down the street has been weird lately. Not like her at all. Quiet, jumpy. And Mr. Green hasn't been showing up to work. No one knows where he is. Disappearances, I muttered. Sarah leaned in, voice dropping. I heard some of the neighbors talking. They think something's going on, but no one wants to say it out loud. That's when the diner's door swung open and a blast of cold air swept in. I looked up, heart skipping. The bell jingled, and in stepped a man tall, with a crooked smile that didn't reach his eyes. Not the stranger from last night, but close enough to make my skin crawl. He scanned the room slowly, almost like he was searching for someone. Then his gaze landed on me. For a moment, his eyes flickered in recognition. Or was it something else? A warning? A challenge? I swallowed hard. He didn't come over. Instead, he turned and disappeared into the back. Sarah's hand tightened around mine. Who was that? I don't know, I breathed. But I think he's involved. The day slipped away in a blur of questions and half-answers. I tracked the odd behaviors, the disappearances, the too perfect smiles that didn't quite reach the eyes of the people I thought I knew. Everywhere I went, there was a subtle shift, like the town itself was holding its breath. By evening, I was exhausted but unable to rest. I sat by my window, watching the streetlights flicker on, one by one. The wind was sharper now, carrying the faint smell of rain again. Somewhere nearby, a child laughed, high and brittle, breaking the silence. I pulled out my phone, scrolling through messages and photos, trying to spot anything I'd missed before. Then I saw it, an old picture from the town's annual fair last summer. There, in the background, was the stranger from last night, standing next to my best friend, waving at the camera with that same crooked smile. My hands trembled. I stared at the photo, breath catching in my throat. How had I never noticed him before? Or had he been there all along, slipping into the edges of my life, erasing pieces of the people I trusted? The room felt colder. Shadows stretched across the floor like long fingers reaching for me. I closed the photo and locked my phone. Something was coming, and it wasn't just a storm outside. The stranger was not just a sign. He was a warning. And I was running out of time. The rain began before dawn, tapping a steady rhythm against the window pane that sounded like impatient fingers drumming. I didn't sleep. I tried, but every time my eyes closed, I saw him standing in the shadows of the town square, his smile widening just a bit too far, a flicker in his eyes that wasn't quite right. He knew things, everything. Not just random facts, but the small, private corners of my life. The way my mother used to hum in the kitchen, the sound of my sister's laugh on the phone. He had to have lived those moments, or at least studied them with terrifying precision. How else? By mid-morning, the rain had stopped, leaving a sharp, clean scent that made the air feel brittle. I slipped on my jacket and stepped outside, the wet pavement shining under a pale sun. The town looked ordinary, peaceful almost, but I couldn't shake the feeling that everything had shifted just beneath the surface. I headed to the local library, a place I'd always thought of as a refuge. The musty smell of old paper and polish was oddly comforting. If the stranger was erasing lives, replacing people, I needed to understand how he was doing it. And maybe, if I was lucky, find a way to stop it. Shelves towered around me as I rifled through the town's archives, old newspapers, and records. It was slow going. The clerk, a quiet woman named March, glanced up when I came in, her eyes narrowing slightly as if she recognized the worry etched on my face. "Looking for something special?" she asked, voice low, almost conspiratorial. I hesitated. "I'm trying to figure out if anyone else has noticed odd things happening around here." Missing people, strange behavior. She shook her head, but her fingers trembled slightly as she pulled a file from under the counter. You might want to see this. The folder was thick, filled with faded reports and handwritten notes, disappearances from decades ago, all of them dismissed as runaways, accidents, or mental breakdowns. The names were familiar. Too familiar. I flipped through, the pages smelling of dust and rust. There was a pattern. People vanished, then someone new appeared, acting like them, but never quite right. Marge watched me, her eyes darkening with something like fear or resignation. They say it's just rumors, she whispered. Old town gossip. But no one's ever left. Or if they did, they came back changed. You noticed it too, huh? I nodded, swallowing hard. It's like they're being replaced. And whoever it is, they don't just copy faces. They take memories, mannerisms, everything. But why? And how? Marge's lips pressed together. I don't know. But it's been happening longer than anyone alive can remember. They call it the mirror sickness, because it's like looking at your reflection and seeing someone else. The words sent a shiver down my spine. Mirror sickness. It sounded too absurd, too fitting. Have you ever seen the stranger yourself? I asked. She hesitated. Once. Years ago. At the old mill. He was standing there, just watching. Didn't say a word. Then people started changing. I left town after that, but some stayed. Now it's back. Like it never really stopped. The library's heavy door creaked as a gust of wind pushed it open. A man stepped inside, tall, with a familiar face that made my breath catch. The stranger. Or rather, him. He smiled at Marge, then looked at me. You're asking the right questions, he said smoothly. My hands clenched the edge of the table. Who are you? What do you want? He shrugged, the smile never faltering. I'm just here to help. To make things better. You don't have to be afraid. But I was. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to hide, to scream for help. Instead, I stayed rooted, watching him like a cornered animal. He stepped closer. You don't understand yet, but this isn't about you. It's about survival. The town needs to change to live. By erasing people? I spat. He looked away, a flicker of something, regret, maybe, crossing his face. Then he said, not erasing. Improving. The words didn't match the cold in his eyes. I caught my breath, realizing there was no going back. I was part of this now, whether I wanted to be or not. The stranger wasn't just a warning anymore. He was a promise. And if I didn't figure out how to stop him, I'd be next. Outside, the sky darkened again, clouds rolling in like a slow tide. The town seemed to hold its breath, waiting. And so did I. The weight of his words settled over me like a shroud. Improving. Was that how he justified the chaos he was about to unleash? I glanced around, searching for something, anything that could tip the scales in my favor. The old clock tower, silent witness to decades of secrets, stood just beyond the alley. Maybe it held answers buried beneath its faded stones. My fingers tightened around the crumpled note in my pocket. It was the only clue I'd found so far, scrawled hastily in ink that was already smudging. Trust no one. The past never forgives. The irony wasn't lost on me. In this town, the past was a living thing, stalking the present. A sudden noise snapped me back, footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoing from the street behind. I turned sharply, heart hammering. A shadow detached itself from the dim light, and I caught a glimpse of a familiar face, eyes gleaming with something unreadable. The game had begun, and every move mattered. The footsteps didn't stop. "You don't have to do this," I said, voice barely above a whisper, the crumpled note still burning a hole in my pocket. "There's no reason for you to replace anyone. No reason at all." He smiled then, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You think this is about reason? It's about necessity. Improvement. Evolution. You and I were just the beginning." I swallowed hard, the acrid taste of fear and sweat rising at the back of my throat. The night air felt thick, almost viscous, pressing against my skin like invisible hands. My fingers trembled, brushing against the rough plaster of the alley wall behind me. I tried to steady my breathing, but the irregular rhythm betrayed me. "You don't know what you're talking about," I said, stepping back, every instinct screaming at me to run, but my feet were rooted. "You're just a copy. A shadow." He laughed, low and quiet, but it carried an edge sharper than broken glass. "A shadow? I'm more real than you'll ever be. I've already been living your life better, cleaner, without hesitation. The originals. They're obsolete. I'm the future." The word hit me like a blow. Future. What kind of future was this? One where people vanish without a trace, replaced by perfect replicas whose smiles were lies and whose memories were stolen. I glanced down the street, where the clock tower loomed, its hands frozen at midnight. The sound of a distant dog barking fractured the silence, but it felt hollow, like a warning I couldn't quite understand. My mind raced, flicking through every conversation, every glance, every detail I'd noted about the people who had disappeared or changed in town. The pattern was undeniable. The stranger was right here, right now, planning to erase me too. "Why me?" I asked, voice cracking. "Why not someone else?" He stepped closer, the faint scent of coffee and something metallic clinging to his clothes. "Because you're the key. You've been the weak link, the variable that could unravel everything. I'm here to fix that." A cold shiver ran down my spine. Weak link. I thought about my friends, my family, the way their eyes sometimes flickered with doubt, the subtle changes I dismissed as stress or fatigue. Had he already taken their place? Was I talking to the last real person I knew? I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms. "You won't get away with this. Someone will stop you." He cocked his head, amused. "Someone? Who?" "You. You're already cornered. This town is mine now. And soon, so will you be." The streetlight flickered, casting erratic shadows that danced across the cracked pavement. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears, loud and erratic. Silence. Complete silence. For a moment, it felt like the world held its breath with me. Then he moved. Not with violence, no sudden lunge or attack. Instead, he reached out, fingers brushing against my arm, a touch so cold it burned. "Come with me," he said softly. "I can show you what lies beyond this small, suffocating life. You don't have to fight anymore." I wrenched my arm away, stumbling back. The texture of gravel scraped against my skin when I fell to my knees. Dirt filled my mouth, bitter and dry. I spat it out, eyes locked on his, searching for any hint of mercy. There wasn't any. "Why?" I demanded, voice hoarse. "Why do you do this? What do you want from us?" He crouched down to my level, his face inches from mine, cold and clinical. Control. Stability. A perfect society without the chaos of human error. People like you, emotional, unpredictable, are liabilities. I'm creating a new order. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of rain and something else, something metallic, like rusted iron. I shivered, not from cold but from the weight of his words. The town wasn't just a place, it was a cage. And I was trapped inside it, with a ghost who wore my face and knew my secrets. I looked at the crumpled note in my hand again. Trust no one. The past never forgives. The irony wasn't lost on me. This stranger wasn't just erasing people, he was rewriting history itself, one life at a time. My mind reeled. If I stayed, I'd lose everything, my identity, my memories, myself. But if I ran, where could I go? Who would believe me? I scrambled to my feet, every muscle trembling. I won't let you take me, I said, voice steadier than I expected. Not without a fight. His smile twisted. Good. I was hoping you'd say that. Before I could react, the distant chime of the clock tower echoed through the night, slow and deliberate. It rang out once, twice, 3 times, and then stopped, suspended like the moment itself. I heard footsteps behind me, multiple sets this time, fast and urgent. Shadows spilled into the alley, shapes I recognized, faces I thought safe. Or were they? The stranger's eyes flicked to the newcomers, calculating. Looks like your allies have arrived, he said with a hint of mockery. But are they real? Or just another layer of the game? My breath caught. I turned, searching for answers in their faces. But something was wrong. Too still. Too precise. A cold dread settled in my chest, heavier than before. Because now, I wasn't sure if anyone was truly on my side. The game had changed. And I was running out of moves. The clock tower's chime hung in the air long after it stopped ringing, an echo that trembled inside me, settling like dust on everything around. Who are you really? I demanded, voice cracking despite my effort to keep it steady. The stranger's smile deepened, but it didn't reach his eyes. Isn't that the question? He said softly, almost amused. You're surrounded by shadows, and you don't know which ones are real. I glanced at the others again. They didn't blink. Didn't breathe visibly. Their presence was like a quiet wall, immovable and cold. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but stand there frozen in the dark. Then, a sudden movement. The nearest figure stepped forward, a mirror image of Mr. Harper, the librarian, the man who'd lent me that book about the town's forgotten history. Except this wasn't Harper. His smile was too sharp, his posture too precise. Look at you, the stranger said, stepping closer. So desperate for someone, anyone, to trust. But trust, that's a luxury you lost the moment you started asking questions. I swallowed, trying to keep my breathing even. My hands trembled, fingers scraping the rough brick wall behind me. The cold plaster bit into my skin, grounding me. I needed to think. Fast. Why me? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Why replace everyone? What do you want from this town? His eyes gleamed in the dim light. Control. Order. Perfection. People are messy, unpredictable. I'm the solution to that. He paused, as if savoring the moment. And you're the last one standing in my way. The words hit like a blow, but they also sparked something, defiance, maybe. I wasn't just going to be erased, forgotten like the others. Not without fighting back. I took a deep breath, tasting the metallic tang of fear mixed with determination. You're wrong. People are more than their memories, their routines. You can copy us, but you'll never be us. A laugh escaped him, low and cold. Do you really believe that? After all this time, I've become them. I've studied every habit, every thought. I am them. The air between us shimmered with tension. Outside the alley, the distant hum of the town carried on, oblivious to the quiet war unfolding in its shadows. Then, as if on cue, a soft breeze stirred leaves at my feet, carrying with it the faint scent of rain and something else, hope, maybe. Or desperation. Suddenly, my phone buzzed in my pocket, sharp and urgent. I pulled it out with shaking hands. A message from Claire, meet me at the old diner. Now! I glanced back at the stranger and his silent entourage. They watched me, waiting. Then, without another word, I turned and ran. The rain started just as I reached the diner. It was a slow drizzle at first, then a steady fall, slicking the streets and turning the air crisp and electric. Inside, Claire sat in a corner booth, eyes wide but resolute. You made it, she said, voice low. I've been digging through the town archives. There's something you need to see. She slid a folder across the table. I opened it carefully. Photographs, newspaper clippings, handwritten notes, everything pointed to a pattern of disappearances, replacements going back decades. No one in town was safe. Everyone had been touched by this thing. My hands trembled again as I traced the faded ink. How did you know? Claire shrugged, biting her lip. I didn't. Not at first. But when you disappeared yesterday, I found your apartment empty, like you vanished. Then I noticed the subtle changes in people, the way they looked at me, like they were hiding something. I started asking questions. Her phone buzzed. We both glanced at it, then back at each other. Do you think there's a way to stop it? I asked. Claire hesitated, then nodded slowly. Maybe. But it's going to take everything we've got. And we can't trust anyone else. We spent the night piecing together what little information we had, the diner's flickering neon sign humming outside like a heartbeat. The rain tapped against the windows, a steady reminder that time was slipping through our fingers. By dawn, exhaustion weighed on me, but so did a grim clarity. I wasn't just fighting a stranger who looked like me. I was fighting the erasure of everything I'd ever known, my town, my friends, my memories. The next days blurred into a series of cautious moves and whispered conversations. Claire and I worked in the shadows, tracking the stranger's pattern, watching for signs of his next move. Every familiar face felt like a question mark. Every smile, a possible mask. One afternoon, as I walked through the town square, the sunlight warm on my face, I caught my reflection in a shop window. The same face, the same eyes, but something had shifted. The weight of what I'd seen, of what I'd lost, lingered there. I realized I wasn't the person I'd been before. The stranger had changed that, whether he wanted to or not. I was more cautious now, less trusting, but also more determined. Because despite everything, I was still here. And I wasn't going anywhere. Weeks passed. The stranger's presence faded into whispers, rumors of strangers in town who didn't quite fit. But I knew better. I knew the threat hadn't disappeared. It had only retreated, waiting, watching. Claire and I made our peace with the unknown. We didn't have all the answers, and maybe we never would. But we had each other. And that was something the stranger could never replicate. One evening, standing on my porch, the cool breeze carrying the scent of pine and distant rain, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. The town looked quiet, almost peaceful. For now. I didn't look in the mirror that night. I didn't want to see the stranger's shadow lurking behind my eyes. Instead, I closed my eyes and listened to the wind, the night, the faint pulse of life still beating stubbornly in this place. Silence. Complete silence. But not empty. I was still here. And so was the story. Mine to tell, mine to live. And that made all the difference. Story 5, Digital Doppelgänger, Identity Hijacked Online. The first time I noticed something was off, I was sitting in my usual corner of the cafe on 4th Street, the one with the cracked leather armchairs and the faint smell of burned espresso clinging to the air, cold and heavy with silence. It looked official enough. The subject line read, Urgent, Project Update Required. I blinked. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. Something about it felt wrong. For a second, I thought maybe I'd forgotten sending it to myself as a reminder. But no, the sender was someone I barely knew, a colleague from a side project I had long since shelved. I tapped the message open. The email was polite, almost too polite, but it included a link to a file I supposedly had shared earlier that week. Except I hadn't. I never had. The link led to a document with my name on it, a detailed report, incorporating data only I had access to through layers of encrypted servers. It was my work, my research, my ideas. And someone had downloaded it, copied it, used it. I could almost feel the cold fingers of someone else rifling through my life's work. I shut the laptop with a snap, the sudden noise startling a woman reading across the room. The cafe's ceiling light flickered once, twice. The air smelled sharper then, like rain before a thunderstorm, or maybe just the chemical tang of the cleaning spray the barista used. I tried to tell myself it was a mistake. Maybe a glitch. But the uneasy knot in my stomach tightened. My hands trembled slightly as I pulled out my phone to call my office, but then I hesitated. What if I was imagining things? What if this was all some kind of elaborate prank? The thought was absurd, but still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong in a way I couldn't quite put my finger on. Back at my apartment that evening, the room felt colder than usual. I pulled my cardigan tighter around my shoulders and sat at my desk, the laptop open again. My eyes scanned through the digital footprints of my identity, email logs, server histories, access records. Everything looked normal at first glance. But then I noticed gaps in the timeline, odd little blips where my credentials had been used from a location I didn't recognize. I tried to trace the activity. The IP addresses led nowhere, concrete routers bouncing signals like a digital maze. It was as if someone was erasing their tracks as they went, or worse, rewriting history. Every time I thought I found a clue, the data reset, like a ghost in the machine rewriting the rules. I leaned back, my chair creaking under the weight of exhaustion and frustration. This isn't happening, I muttered to no one. But the silence in the room answered back, heavy and unyielding. I called my closest colleague, Jenna, hoping for some insight. She answered after a few rings, her voice a balm of familiarity. Hey, you sound tired. Everything okay? Not really. I hesitated. I think someone's using my identity online. Downloading files, accessing my accounts. I don't know. It's like fighting a shadow. There was a pause on the other end. Then Jenna said, "Are you sure? Maybe it's a bug. Or someone hacked the system, but not specifically you." I thought so too, I said, rubbing my temples. But it's all too precise. It's like they know me. My work, my contacts, even my routines. Maybe you should change everything. Passwords, emails, the works. I did. I swallowed hard. But every time I check, it's like the trail vanishes. Like they're already inside, waiting. Jenna's voice dropped. That's unsettling. Keep me posted, okay? I ended the call and stared out the window. The street below was empty except for a stray cat weaving between parked cars, its eyes gleaming in the dim light. The city's usual hum was subdued, as if holding its breath. Later, I tried to focus on my writing, but the words wouldn't come. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, hesitant. The coffee beside me had gone cold, a faintly bitter taste lingering at the back of my throat. Then, as if summoned by the silence, the phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "We know who you are. Stop looking." I dropped the phone onto the desk. The plastic bounced, skittering briefly against scattered papers. My breath caught. The message had that same precise, measured tone as the email. Someone was playing a game, and I was the only one on the board. I stared at the screen, the room suddenly feeling smaller, the shadows deeper. The flickering light above seemed less like a glitch and more like a warning. Sleep was impossible that night. Every creak in the old building sounded like footsteps. Every gust of wind against the window whispered secrets I couldn't understand. I kept checking my accounts, nothing new, nothing unusual. But the feeling didn't fade. It settled in my chest like a stone. Morning came slow, gray, and hesitant. I pulled on my coat and stepped outside. The air was damp, the city still waking up. Somewhere nearby, a dog barked sharply, breaking the quiet. I walked to the subway station, trying to shake the weight pressing on me. The usual rush of people, the smell of damp concrete and hot metal, the clatter of trains all felt distant, like I was watching from behind glass. At work, the office buzzed with its usual noise, keyboards clacking, phones ringing, low murmur of conversations. I told myself to focus, to push the unease aside. But then a message popped up on my screen from a colleague I barely knew. "Did you get my last email? The one about the data transfer?" I opened it. The file inside was mine. My signature, my notes, my research. I closed the laptop slowly, the room tilting just a fraction. Someone had stolen my identity. Someone was inside my digital life, moving like a shadow I couldn't catch. And the worst part was the silence, the emptiness they left behind whenever I tried to follow them. I looked around the office, at the faces I thought I knew. Was one of them the ghost in the machine? Or was it someone else, someone I hadn't even met yet? The flickering light overhead caught my eye again. A warning, or just a faulty bulb? I didn't know. But I did know one thing, this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The office had emptied by the time I finally looked up from my screen. I closed the laptop with a snap, the sudden noise echoing in the quiet room. The flickering light above caught my eye once more, casting shifting shadows on the chipped plaster walls. Was I imagining it? The bulb seemed to blink in rhythm with the unease settling in my stomach. I leaned back in my chair, the vinyl creaking beneath me, and exhaled slowly. I knew I couldn't do this alone. The next morning, I arrived early, clutching a thermos of lukewarm coffee that tasted bitter and stale. The office smelled of stale paper and dust, like it hadn't quite woken up yet. My fingers trembled as I booted up my workstation, the screen's glow too harsh against the dim light. My inbox was quiet, too quiet. No new messages from the mysterious account, no replies from colleagues. Nothing. I decided to start with Jenna. She was the one who'd sent me the initial email, the one that tipped me off. She worked in the marketing department, and although we hardly spoke, her tone had felt urgent, almost nervous. I found her near the coffee machine, stirring sugar into a cup, ice darting over her shoulder. The moment I approached, she stiffened. "Jenna? Got a minute?" I asked, voice low. She nodded but kept glancing around, as if expecting someone to appear from the shadows. "I saw your email." Her words were clipped. "We need to talk somewhere private." We slipped into an empty conference room, the stale air thick with the faint smell of old carpet and whiteboard markers. I watched her closely. Something was off. "It's your identity," she whispered, voice barely audible over the hum of the building's ventilation. "Someone's using it, sending emails, manipulating people. It's like they're pulling strings behind the scenes." I swallowed hard, the room suddenly too small. "Did you notice anything else? Anything unusual?" Jenna hesitated, glancing at the door as if it might swing open any second. "There was an incident yesterday. A client meeting went sideways. The data they received was wrong, but it had your signature all over it. The client's furious. And some of the team suspects you leaked the info." My hands clenched into fists. I didn't say anything. I couldn't. The thought that my own colleagues were turning against me was almost worse than the theft itself. "Did you tell anyone?" I asked. "No. Not yet. You're the only one I trust." Her words felt like both a lifeline and a noose tightening. Back at my desk, I opened the company's internal communication system, fingers flying over the keyboard. I needed logs, anything that could show who accessed my accounts, when, and from where. But the records were incomplete. Some entries missing, others overwritten. It was as if someone had scrubbed the system clean. Frustration mounted. I leaned back, heart hammering, and stared at the flickering light again. That damn bulb. Why did it feel so symbolic of everything wrong? Unsteady, unreliable, dripping with false security. I decided to check the security cameras next. Maybe I'd catch a glimpse of whoever was behind this. The IT department was reluctant to help, citing privacy policies and data protection, but I insisted. I needed proof. When they finally handed over the footage, it was grainy, distorted even. Faces blurred, timestamps jittery. But there was something else, a figure who appeared just out of frame during several key moments. A shadow, never fully visible. The footage looped strangely, as if someone had edited it to confuse me. The more I dug, the more I felt like I was being watched. Not just by the person stealing my identity, but by everyone around me. Colleagues glanced my way with thinly veiled suspicion. Emails I sent went unanswered or were met with cold replies. Even Jenna seemed to pull back after that day, her nervous energy replaced by cautious distance. One afternoon, as I sat alone in the break room, the bitter taste of burnt coffee lingering on my tongue, my phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. "Stop digging. It's not worth it." No signature, no reply option. I stared at the screen, my hands trembling. The room felt colder, the hum of the fridge and clatter of a distant printer oddly amplified. I wasn't just fighting a ghost in the machine anymore. It was real. Someone was playing a game, and I was the target. Determined, I set up a plan. I'd create a digital trap, a fake project file loaded with tracking codes and hidden markers. If the thief accessed it, I'd know who they were. It was a long shot, but the only one I had. That night, I worked late, the office nearly empty except for the distant scraping of chairs and the occasional thud of a janitor's cart. The glow of my screen lit the room in cold blues and whites. I uploaded the decoy file, embedding it with every tracking tool I could muster. Just as I hit send, the flickering light above me sputtered and died, plunging the room into darkness. My breath caught, and I fumbled for my phone to light the way. The silence was absolute. No hum, no buzz, just the pounding of my heart in my ears. When I finally stepped outside, the cool night air bit at my skin, sharp and real. I looked back at the darkened building, windows like empty eyes staring back. I wondered if the person using my identity was watching me now, hidden in plain sight. But for the first time, I felt something else, resolve. This wasn't just about stolen files or broken trust. It was about reclaiming myself, piece by piece, against a shadow that refused to show its face. And somewhere inside, I knew the next move wouldn't be mine. The night air was colder than I remembered, the kind that slipped beneath your skin and settled in your bones like an unwelcome guest. I pulled my jacket tighter, the ruffle scratching at my neck. The street lamp flickered weakly across the pavement, casting elongated shadows that didn't quite match the shapes they belonged to. I swallowed hard, tasting the metallic tang of adrenaline mixed with the stale scent of exhaust and damp concrete. It felt like the city itself was holding its breath. I tried to shake the weight settling in my chest. Resolve, I told myself. You've come too far to turn back now. The next morning, I woke with a dry mouth and a splitting headache, the remnants of a restless night clawing at the edges of my mind. The sunlight was too bright, slicing through the blinds in sharp, intrusive lines. I lay still for a moment, the taste of cold coffee lingering in the back of my throat bitter, like everything else lately. I didn't dare check my email right away. Not yet. The last time I'd done that, my screen had filled with messages I didn't send, notes I hadn't written, as if someone had been rehearsing a script with my name on it. It was like my identity had been hijacked, rewritten, and now inhabited by a stranger who knew me better than I knew myself. But I needed answers. I had to know who was behind this, and why. I sat at my kitchen table, the surface sticky with dried juice from some forgotten spill. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, hesitant. The screen blinked awake, casting a blue glow that felt too intimate, too invasive. I opened my inbox. The first message was from IT support, a routine notification about password changes. Nothing unusual there. The second was from a colleague I barely spoke to, asking if I'd seen the latest project files. And then there it was, a new email thread, one I hadn't started, with attachments that looked like drafts of my work, but altered. The sender's address was mine, but the headers told a different story. The message had been routed through multiple servers, bouncing across continents in a way that made tracing it feel like trying to catch smoke with bare hands. I leaned back, the chair creaking under me. My stomach twisted. This wasn't just identity theft. This was something else. Someone was using me, my reputation, my relationships, to manipulate the people around me. To drain everything I built. I grabbed my phone and dialed Lisa. She was the only person I trusted anymore, the one colleague who had never doubted me, even when everything was falling apart. "Hey," I said when she picked up, trying to keep my voice steady. "Can we meet? Somewhere public." "Sure," she replied, her usual warmth threaded with concern. "What's going on?" "Something's wrong. Really wrong. I think someone's been using my identity. Not just hacking accounts, but manipulating people. It's like I'm losing control of myself." There was a pause. Then she said, "Meet me at the cafe on 5th. In half an hour." I hung up, the line going dead in my ear. The silence was thicker now, heavier. The cafe was crowded, the hum of conversation lapping around me like a blanket. The smell of fresh bread and burnt espresso filled the air, cold and heavy with silence. Lisa arrived, her eyes scanning me like she was trying to read the invisible marks on my skin. "Tell me everything," she said, sliding into the seat opposite me. I laid out the pieces, the stolen files, the fake emails, the decoy I'd sent the night before. She listened, nodding slowly, her brow furrowed. "This is bigger than we thought," she said finally. "Have you told anyone else?" "No. I don't know who to trust." She tapped her fingers on the table, restless. "Okay, here's the thing. If someone's using your digital identity like this, they're not just after your work. They want to control the narrative, shape what your colleagues think. They're rewriting your story. I blinked, the weight of her words sinking in. My story. My life's work. Someone was erasing me and replacing me with a version they could manipulate. Do you think it's someone here? In the company? Lisa hesitated. I don't know. But whoever it is, they're smart. And patient. And they know how to stay hidden. That thought made my skin crawl. Someone sitting across from me, or maybe just beyond the cafe's frosted glass, pretending to be me. Watching. Smiling. I glanced around, the usual comfort of the crowded room turning into a cage. Lisa's voice cut through my spiraling thoughts. We need a plan. But first, you have to accept something. I looked at her, the words hanging heavy between us. You're past the point of no return. You can't just fight this online. It's in every corner of your life now. You have to commit fully. I swallowed hard. What do you mean? She leaned in, voice low. You have to become the hunter, not the hunted. But that means losing the safety net. No more hiding, no more backups. You're exposing yourself. I nodded, though a cold knot tightened in my gut. I didn't have a choice. Later that day, back at my apartment, I sat staring at the screen. The decoy file had been flagged, but the trail had already reset. All evidence vanished, as if it had never existed. It wasn't just a glitch or a clever hack, it was a systematic erasure of my attempts to expose the truth. I felt trapped, like a rat in a maze with invisible walls. The phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. Stop digging, or you'll lose more than data. I stared at the screen, my hands trembling. The threat was clear, and yet, the cold logic was worse. The person behind this wasn't just stealing information. They were dismantling my life piece by piece, leaving nothing behind. I thought about running, disappearing, wiping everything clean. But where could I go that they wouldn't find me? My digital footprint was a map, and I was the prey. I closed the laptop and stood, the room suddenly too small, too silent. The faint hum of the city outside was distant and unreal. Then it hit me, this wasn't just a battle for files or reputation. It was a war for my identity itself. And I was already in too deep. The next move wouldn't be mine. I wasn't sure if that was terrifying or freeing. But I knew one thing, there was no turning back now. I stood in the dim corner of my apartment, the laptop closed but still warm beneath my fingertips. The message on my phone glowed like a warning beacon. Stop digging, or you'll lose more than data. The words sank in slowly, a slow-acting poison. I traced the edge of the table, feeling the rough grain of the wood, grounding myself against the growing storm inside. Outside, the city was a blur of distant noises, the low rumble of cars, a dog barking far away, the faint clatter of footsteps on concrete. Inside, silence. Complete silence. It felt like the room was shrinking, the walls pressing in, suffocating. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. Only the steady buzz of my phone, vibrating with the thread again. I ignored it. I had crossed some invisible line. I wasn't just fighting to reclaim files or protect my reputation anymore. This was personal. Somebody was dismantling me, piece by piece. They knew everything, my work, my contacts, my routines, and they used it like a scalpel, precise and cold. The idea that someone could erase me so thoroughly, rewrite my life as if it were a bad script, gnawed at me. I needed help. Someone real, someone who could see the patterns I couldn't. But who? My colleagues were the first to suspect me, not the other way around. The stolen identity wasn't just a mask, it was a tool, and I was the target. I sat down, rubbing my temples, trying to force my racing thoughts into order. Then the laptop buzzed a notification. I hesitated, then opened it. An email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was simple: meet me. Midnight. The old library. The old library? That place had been shut down for years, a hulking relic of forgotten books and dust. I remembered the peeling paint, the smell of mold, the way the floorboards creaked underfoot. Why would someone send me an invitation there? A trap? A test? Or maybe a chance to finally confront whoever was behind this nightmare? I stared at the screen. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. I wanted to reply, to ask who they were, what they wanted, but my throat tightened. The city outside pulsed with life, but here, in my apartment, the air was thick and cold. My phone buzzed again. A new message: one wrong move and you vanish. No sender name. No number. Just the words. My hands trembled. I felt the chill crawl down my spine, the metallic taste of fear in my mouth. But there was something else, a stubborn defiance. I wasn't going to let this ghost in the machine win. I stood, pacing. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to flicker, though the lights hadn't changed. Maybe I was imagining it. Maybe not. The line between reality and paranoia was thinner than ever. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? Sounds impossible, but it happened. Someone stole my identity, is impersonating me, and is threatening me through anonymous texts. They'd laugh me off. And what proof did I have? The trail always reset, like my digital footprints were being wiped clean before I could follow them. I glanced at the clock. 11:15. The library wasn't far. I debated for what felt like an hour, the tension knotting tighter with every passing minute. Then, finally, I grabbed my coat and keys, locking the door behind me with a sharp click. The air outside was colder than I expected, sharp against my skin, carrying the faint smell of wet asphalt and something else, old paper, maybe, or dust stirred up by the wind. The city felt different at night, quieter but watchful, as if it held its breath, waiting. I took the long way, avoiding the streetlights where shadows lingered too thickly. My footsteps echoed unevenly on cracked pavement. Every glance over my shoulder made my stomach twist. Was I being followed? Had they left a trail for me to follow, or a trap to fall into? The library loomed ahead, its windows dark and boarded, the main door scarred with graffiti and rust. The old sign swung slightly in the wind, creaking like a slow, tired breath. I stepped closer, the crunch of gravel underfoot loud in the quiet. A figure emerged from the side entrance, silhouette sharp against the faint glow of a street lamp. I froze. Heart pounding. The figure moved toward me deliberately, hands in pockets, face obscured by a hood. "You came," the voice said, low and steady. Not threatening, but not friendly either. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The cold air made my breath visible. "You know who I am. Or at least, you think you do." I swallowed hard, the texture of the damp air filling my mouth. "Why are you doing this? Why steal my identity? My work?" The figure hesitated, then stepped closer. I caught a glimpse of sharp eyes, calculating. "Because you're careless. Because you trust too much. Because your work is valuable to me, to others." A shiver ran down my spine, not from the cold but from the weight in those words. "Others?" The figure nodded slowly. "You're in deeper than you realize. This isn't personal. It's business. A network. And you're just a node they wanted to reroute." I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms. Then what do you want from me now? Compliance, the figure said simply. Stop fighting. Walk away. Or lose everything. I laughed, bitter and short. You already took everything. A pause. Then the figure's voice dropped, almost softer. Not yet. But soon. I took a step back, the rough plaster of the library wall biting into my skin through my coat sleeve. The silence stretched between us, heavy and suffocating. Why meet here? I asked, voice cracking. Old places hold secrets, the figure said, turning away. Secrets that don't show up on screens or logs. Before I could reply, they disappeared into the darkness, swallowed by the night and the shadows of the crumbling building. I stood there, breath ragged, the cold seeping into my bones. The street lamp flickered once, twice, then went out. Darkness swallowed the alley. I was alone. Except I wasn't. My phone buzzed again. A message, you're running out of time. The screen went black. I slipped my phone into my pocket. The night was colder now, heavier, and I knew this was only the beginning. The ghost in the machine wasn't just a phantom in data. It was real. Dangerous. Somewhere close. And I was still its prey. The street lamp stayed dead. I didn't move until the distant sound of a dog barking cut through the quiet, sharp and lonely. The alley felt abandoned, but I knew better. I wasn't alone. Not really. Morning came slow and gray, the kind of light that makes everything look tired. I woke up with the weight of the previous night on my chest, the memory of that voice, soft, deliberate, still ringing in my ears. Not yet. But soon. What did that mean? Not yet what? And soon what? I sat on the edge of my bed, hands trembling enough that I almost dropped my phone when I checked for new messages. Nothing. No new threats, no clues, just the same blank screen. The silence was worse than anything else. It made the threat feel like a slow poison, spreading quietly through my days and nights. I needed to do something. I couldn't keep running in circles, chasing shadows in the machine. But where to start? Every time I thought I'd found a lead, it vanished. Like someone was scrubbing the tracks clean behind them. I brewed a strong pot of coffee, the bitter smell filling the room, and sat at my desk. The screen glowed with familiar windows and documents, some of them mine, many altered or missing. The digital identity they'd stolen was a hollow shell now, used to manipulate the very people I trusted. My colleagues. My friends. Or what I thought were friends. The idea was sickening. The thought that someone could slip into my life, erase the lines between truth and lies, and pull strings from the shadows. I rubbed my eyes. The room felt colder, the light harsher. I needed proof. Something concrete. I started with small things, a trace of an email, a file I'd never sent, a meeting note that didn't match my calendar. The deeper I dug, the more the pattern emerged, subtle but insidious. Someone had been cleaning house, siphoning off projects, ideas, even credit for work I'd poured years into. Like a parasite feeding off my identity, my reputation. But every time I thought I'd cornered the culprit, the trail reset. Logs wiped clean, emails vanished, surveillance footage corrupted or missing. It was as if I were fighting a ghost in a machine designed to erase itself once I got too close. I remembered what the figure said: old places hold secrets. Secrets that don't show up on screens or logs. I thought about the crumbling library, the way the plaster bit into my skin. Maybe the answer wasn't in the data. Maybe it was in the people. I reached out to a few colleagues, cautiously. Not the ones I suspected, too obvious, but those on the periphery, people who might have noticed strange behavior, odd requests, unexplained changes. Some were wary, others dismissive. A few confessed quietly to odd emails from me, strange instructions they never questioned but found unsettling. One name kept coming up, Marcus. A quiet guy, always in the background, never seemed to get much attention. But his access levels were high, and he had the technical know-how to manipulate digital footprints. When I confronted him, he smiled, calm and unreadable. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said, voice steady. But I saw the flicker in his eyes, the brief hesitation before the mask slid back into place. I wanted to push further, to tear down the walls he'd built, but something stopped me. A part of me wondered if Marcus was just a pawn too, or maybe the real threat was even closer. That evening, I went back to the library, the old building standing like a skeleton against the darkening sky. The air was damp, the scent of mildew and dust thick. I traced my fingers over the cracked plaster, feeling the cold roughness beneath my coat sleeve. The silence was oppressive, but it wasn't empty. I heard a soft shuffle behind me, footsteps, careful, deliberate. I didn't turn. "I'm not afraid," I said, voice barely above a whisper. A shadow fell over the wall. The figure stepped forward, face half hidden in the gloom. "You're persistent," they said, voice devoid of warmth. "I'm done running," I replied. "If you want me to stop, you'll have to be better than that." They smiled, a slow, chilling curve. "You think this is over? You think you've won?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But I'm not giving up." The figure hesitated, then turned away. Old places hold secrets. But sometimes, secrets hold you. They disappeared into the night again, swallowed by the shadows and silence. The weeks that followed were a blur of meetings, late nights, and sleepless mornings. I worked with IT specialists, cybersecurity experts, even a private investigator. Together, we pieced together fragments of the puzzle, uncovering not just the identity theft but a network of manipulation that reached far beyond what I'd imagined. Marcus was only one player. There were others, people in positions of trust, people I'd looked up to. It was a betrayal that cut deeper than any threat. And yet, as the truth surfaced, so did a strange sense of clarity. I wasn't just a victim. I was a survivor. One afternoon, as sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting stripes across my cluttered desk, I deleted the last of the compromised files, locked down my accounts, and changed every password I'd ever used. It felt like shedding skin, painful but necessary. The phone buzzed again. I checked it, heart tightening. A message, not yet. But soon. I stared at the screen, breath caught. Then I deleted the message. Blocked the number. For the first time, I felt a flicker of control. The ghost in the machine might still be out there, lurking, but I wasn't running anymore. I was standing my ground. Months passed. The company launched an internal review, exposing the corruption and manipulation that had eaten away at its foundation. Names were cleared, others tarnished. Trust was rebuilt, slowly and painfully. As for me, I changed too. The experience left scars, not visible, but real. At times, I caught myself flinching at a sudden ping on my phone, or checking the locks twice before bed. But I also learned to listen to the silence, to read between the lines, to trust my instincts. And sometimes, when the night was especially quiet, I'd think back to that figure in the library, their cryptic warnings lingering like a shadow at the edge of memory. Old places do hold secrets. But some secrets never leave. They echo. They haunt. And maybe that's the real horror, not the ghost in the machine, but the way it changes you. I'm not the same person I was before. I'm someone who knows the price of identity, the fragility of trust, and the weight of unseen threats. And I'm ready for whatever comes next. Story 6, Predicted Peril, Unseen Forces Among Travelers. The night air was sticky, carrying the faint smell of diesel and something else I couldn't place, maybe burnt sugar, or the rotting fruit someone had left too long on a windowsill. My travel companions, Mara and Leo, were hunched over a crumpled city map, their voices low but urgent. I didn't catch the first part of their exchange, too much noise from the street vendor packing up his cart, the clatter of metal and the distant rumble of traffic. But then Mara's voice cut through, calm but certain. There's a checkpoint on the bridge at 7:15. We need to avoid the main road. I looked up, blinking against a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the night. How do you know that? Leo glanced at me, eyes sharp in the dim light. Routine, mostly. We've been through this stretch a couple of times. Routine? The words sounded off, like a rehearsed line in a play I hadn't seen. I swallowed, feeling the rough plaster of the building behind me scrape against my back. The hostel smelled of stale beer and damp sheets, a scent that had become oddly comforting over the past few weeks. We were supposed to be carefree, roaming Europe with nothing but backpacks and a vague itinerary. Lisbon was the 5th country on the list. Italy, Spain, France, Germany, none of it had felt quite right, but I'd shrugged it off as travel fatigue. Mara and Leo, though, they seemed to know more than they let on. They always did. I tried to shake the unease. Maybe I was imagining things. I mean, people with a bit of local knowledge often knew about police checks, right? But it wasn't just the checkpoints. It was the way they predicted every minor emergency, every little disruption. When a street vendor's cart tipped over 2 blocks ahead, spilling oranges onto the sidewalk, Mara flatly said, "That'll cause a slowdown. We should reroute." When a group of teenagers suddenly shouted at the end of an alley, Leo just nodded, trouble brewing. Let's keep moving. I caught myself watching them more closely after that. The way Mara's eyes flicked to every corner, like she was scanning for something unseen. Leo's quiet confidence that never wavered, even when the city felt like it was closing in. I wondered what they weren't telling me. I don't get it, I said, voice low as we walked back inside the hostel. How do you know all this before it happens? They exchanged a glance, and for a second, I thought they might laugh it off. But no humor came. Mara's expression was unreadable. Let's just say we have our sources. Sources. The word felt loaded, heavy with possibility. Not spies or secret agents, that was ridiculous, but something else. Something that made my skin itch. Later, lying on the thin mattress beneath a threadbare blanket, I listened to the muffled sounds of the city, a dog barking somewhere far off, the distant clang of a tram, the occasional shout from a street party that hadn't died down. I tried to focus on the rhythm of my breath, the faint hum of the old radiator rattling in the corner. But my mind kept circling back to that phrase, our sources. I wanted to believe it was nothing. That I was just being paranoid, or maybe the exhaustion was messing with me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching, waiting. The night stretched on, thick and heavy, until a sudden knock at the door made my heart jump. I sat up, listening. Mara's voice floated through the thin walls. It's just me. Everything's fine. But I wasn't so sure. I forced myself to exhale slowly, pressing my ear to the door. Mara's footsteps were light, but there was an urgency beneath them, a tension I hadn't noticed before. When she slid the door open, her eyes were wide, flickering with the same unease that had settled over me. We need to talk, she said, voice low and hurried. Not here. I nodded, pulling on my jacket. Outside, the hallway was dim, the flickering fluorescent lights casting long shadows across the peeling wallpaper. We slipped down the stairs in near silence, the old building creaking beneath our weight. At the bottom, Mara glanced around, then pulled me into a narrow alley behind the block. The city felt different at night, colder, sharper, but here, in the shadows between brick walls and overflowing dumpsters, it felt like something deeper was lurking. "What's going on?" I asked. Mara's jaw tightened. "It's them. The people who've been watching us since the last assignment. They're not just interested in our work anymore. They want to control it." "Who?" I whispered, scanning the darkness as if the answer might materialize in the mist curling from the storm drain. She looked around nervously before speaking. "You know the name that's been floating around? The Syndicate. They've been trying to get their hands on our sources, the ones that can't be bought or threatened. They've been making calls, sending messages. And now, they're here." A cold wave rolled over me, and I realized then how vulnerable we really were. The stories we chased, the secrets we'd uncovered, they weren't just stories anymore. They were pieces in a dangerous game, and we were right in the middle of it. Mara leaned closer, her voice barely a breath. "We have to disappear. For a while. Lay low until we can figure out who inside our circle is leaking information. Because if we don't just lose our sources, we lose everything." I swallowed hard, the weight of her words settling like stones in my chest. There was no turning back now. Whatever this was, it was bigger than either of us, and it was coming for us fast. The night didn't offer any comfort. I couldn't shake the image of her voice, so low it barely stirred the stale air. The Syndicate. They're here. It wasn't just talk anymore. There was a presence, a shadow lurking beneath the surface of everything we'd taken for granted. I glanced at Mara again. She looked small, vulnerable even, but there was a steel in her eyes that made it clear she wasn't giving up. Not yet. Morning came gray and heavy, the kind of light that made the city look tired and worn out. I woke up with the taste of metal on my tongue and the distant sound of a dog barking. The rain had started again, tapping rhythmically on the tin roof overhead. I lay there for a moment, listening to the storm, trying to gather my thoughts. The past days had slotted into a pattern I couldn't yet understand, but I knew I needed to start making sense of it. Across the room, Mara was awake too, scrolling through her phone with that tense focus I'd seen more than once since we'd landed here. The others were still asleep, Liam snoring softly, his breath uneven, and Sari curled up by the window, her face pale in the morning light. I decided to speak first. "We can't stay here. Not like this." Mara nodded without looking up. "I know. But we can't just run blindly, either. We need a plan." I rubbed my jaw, the stubble rough beneath my fingers. "We need to figure out what they want. Who's leaking information?" And I hesitated. How they know so much. About the checkpoints, the emergencies. It's like they're watching us. She finally looked up, eyes sharp and calculating. "That's what worries me. It's not just surveillance. It's something more systematic, deeper. Someone with eyes everywhere." I swallowed hard, the weight settling back into my chest. "We need evidence. Something concrete, something we can't ignore." Liam stirred then, groaning as he stretched. "You two sound like you're plotting a heist or something," he mumbled, blinking against the dull light. Sari shifted awake too, her voice low but steady. "What choice do we have? We've seen too much." I stood, running a hand through my damp hair. "We'll split up for a few hours. See if we can track any patterns, any signs that point to who's behind the Syndicate. But no heroics. No wandering into danger." Mara grabbed a worn notebook from the table, flipping it open to a page cluttered with scribbles, phone numbers, and scrawled maps. I've been keeping tabs on the police checkpoints. They pop up right before any major incident, usually within an hour. I'm almost certain the syndicate's planting the information. I frowned, tracing a line on the map with my finger. So, they're controlling the flow of news and emergencies. Setting the stage. Exactly. Mara's voice was firm. And it's not random. They want to flush out certain people like us. The thought hit me hard. We weren't just accidental witnesses anymore. We were targets, bait in a game too large for any of us to fully grasp. I felt the room tilt slightly, a wave of nausea rising as the rain hammered harder against the metal roof. I left the room shortly after, stepping into the narrow alley behind the building. The air was thick with the smell of wet asphalt and rotting leaves. I pulled my jacket tighter, the fabric rough against my skin, and started walking. The city was waking up, street vendors setting up stalls, the distant honk of cars, the murmur of voices weaving through the damp morning. I needed to see it for myself. To find the checkpoints Mara had been talking about. They'd been so precise in their warnings, alerts issued minutes before any roadblock or emergency appeared. It had to be human, but how? How did they know? Turning the corner, I noticed a small cafe with shattered glass taped over the window. The smell of strong coffee and frying oil drifted out when the door swung open, releasing a blast of warm, greasy air. Inside, a group of men sat clustered around a table, their conversation low and urgent. I ordered a black coffee and sat near the window, watching the street. The barista was young, maybe 19 or 20, with nervous eyes that flicked toward the door every few seconds. I caught a glimpse of a folded newspaper on the counter, headlines about political unrest and a recent string of protests. The tension in the air felt palpable. That's when my phone vibrated in my pocket. A message from Mara, checkpoint at 3rd and Alvarez in 20 minutes. Avoid. I looked up quickly. 3 blocks away, a group of uniformed officers were setting up barricades. The timing was eerie. How could Mara know so precisely? My stomach twisted. I texted back, "How?" No reply. I felt exposed, like I'd stumbled into a trap. The cafe felt suddenly too small, the walls closing in. I finished my coffee in hurried sips, the bitter liquid burning my throat. Back outside, the rain had stopped, leaving the streets slick and shiny. I hurried toward the address Mara had given, keeping to the shadows. The checkpoint was already active, officers checking IDs and questioning drivers. A man in a dark jacket leaned against a street lamp, watching the scene with a detached air. Something about him made my skin prickle. He wasn't part of the police, but he moved with a strange authority. His eyes caught mine for a moment, sharp and calculating, then he turned away. I wanted to follow him, but a sudden shout from the checkpoint pulled my attention back. A woman was arguing with an officer, her voice rising in panic. The officer's tone remained calm but firm. The tension was electric, like a wire stretched tight, ready to snap. I stepped back into the shadows, heart pounding. This wasn't just a random checkpoint. It was a message. Someone was watching, testing boundaries. When I returned to the room hours later, Mara was waiting. Her face was pale, and she didn't say a word, just handed me a small USB drive. "Found this in Liam's bag," she said quietly. My hands trembled as I plugged it into my laptop. Files scrolled across the screen, encrypted messages, location logs, phone call records. One file was labeled Operations, with a list of names and dates. And then, a map marked with countless pins, checkpoints, emergencies, surveillance points. I looked up. Liam. Mara's eyes met mine, dark and unreadable. "We've been compromised. Closer than we thought." A wave of panic surged, but beneath it, something colder, resolve. We weren't just running anymore. We were hunting. And the syndicate wasn't just watching. They were waiting. Outside, the city breathed on, indifferent to the gathering storm. The room was thick with silence, only the faint hum of my laptop breaking the stillness. "Why didn't you tell me before?" I finally murmured, voice rough and cracked like dry earth. Mara didn't answer immediately. She didn't look up, just whispered, "We thought it was Liam's paranoia. Or maybe his recklessness. But it's deeper than that. Much deeper." I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat tightening. "Deeper how?" Her gaze fixed on the screen, tracing the lines connecting the dots. "This isn't just surveillance. It's predictive. They don't just watch, they anticipate. Every checkpoint, every emergency, every movement. It's like they're playing chess while we're still figuring out the board." I felt the blood drain from my face. Predictive? That explained the impossibility of their warnings, the way Mara and Liam seemed to know before anything happened. But how? The thought of some all-seeing network lurking in the background sent a cold trip down my spine. What does that make us? Pawns? Targets? My voice cracked. Mara's eyes flickered to mine, sharper now, the worry replaced by something colder, more resolute. "Neither. We're liabilities. And more than that, potential assets, if we play it right." I blinked, confused. "Assets? You're saying they want us?" She nodded slowly. "Or they want what we can do. We've been under their radar, but now they know we're awake. That makes us dangerous." I chewed on the inside of my cheek, a dull ache spreading through my jaw. "So what do we do? Run? Hide?" Mara shook her head. "No. We keep moving forward. There's no going back. Every route we take, every city, every border crossing, they have it all mapped. They aren't just watching us, they control the flow of information, the alerts, the diversions." The walls seemed to close in, the peeling plaster rough under my fingertips as I leaned against the cracked window frame. Outside, the city rattled with distant traffic and the low murmur of life, indifferent to the storm gathering around us. I thought about the phone calls, the odd glances between Mara and Liam, the way they'd suddenly shift direction just minutes before a checkpoint appeared. It wasn't coincidence. It was orchestration. But by who? And why? "Do you think Liam was in on this?" I asked, voice dropping. Mara's lips pressed into a thin line. "I don't know. The USB was his, but that doesn't mean he understood everything. Maybe he stumbled onto it, maybe they recruited him, or maybe he was trying to protect us." I stared at the list of names in the files, some crossed out, some highlighted. Ours were there too. We were marked, tracked, catalogued. The room felt colder. My hands trembled again, but this time it wasn't fear. It was a strange kind of acceptance, like sinking into water that was colder than I expected. I couldn't pull away even if I wanted. Mara's phone buzzed softly. She glanced at it, and her face tightened. "They're moving. We're not the only ones awake." I glanced at the screen, the encrypted messages scrolling faster now, lines of coded text hinting at something bigger, something more urgent. "Who else?" I asked. She shook her head. "I don't know. But it means this isn't just about us anymore. It's a network inside a network. A game with multiple players. And the rules are changing." My throat went dry. The thought of other people caught in this web, some maybe friends, others enemies, made my skin crawl. Were they allies? Were they threats? I couldn't tell anymore. I need air, I said, pushing away from the table. The sudden movement made my legs weak, and I grabbed the edge to steady myself. Outside, the night was cool, the scent of rain lingering in the air, mixed with the faint aroma of street food and exhaust fumes. A stray dog barked somewhere nearby, sharp and sudden. I stepped onto the balcony, the rough concrete cold under my bare feet. The city stretched out in every direction, a maze of lights and shadows. Somewhere out there, they were watching. Waiting. A soft voice startled me. You don't have to do this alone. I turned. Mara was behind me, her eyes reflecting the glow of the street lamps. We've crossed the point of no return. There's no turning back. But maybe together, we can find a way through. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to believe that the tangled mess of lies and secrets could still unravel. But doubt gnawed at the edges of my mind, a slow, persistent drip. What if it's a trap? I whispered. What if we're just running deeper into it? She didn't answer right away. Then, with a sudden sharpness, she said, then we make sure they regret ever finding us. The words hung between us like smoke, thick and choking. I swallowed hard, the taste bitter. My fingers itched to reach for my bag, to check the little things, my passport, my phone, the crumpled receipts from our travels, but I knew it was pointless. They had everything. Back inside, I sat down again, my eyes falling on the USB drive still glowing softly in the laptop's port. I clicked through the files, heart pounding as I traced the names, the dates, the places. Then I found it, a folder marked extraction. A plan. Or a warning. Almost instinctively, my fingers hesitated over the mouse. The screen flickered, and for a moment, I thought I saw movement in the grainy images, figures watching, waiting, silent but deadly in their purpose. I closed the laptop with a snap that echoed in the quiet room. The air felt thick, like the moment before a storm breaks. Mara was watching me. We're committed now. No more questions. No more chances to walk away. I nodded slowly, the weight of it settling deep inside me. The road ahead wasn't just dangerous, it was irreversible. The city outside continued to breathe, indifferent and alive. But for me, everything had changed. The syndicate wasn't just an invisible threat anymore. They were a cage. And the door was closing fast. The room was darker now, the single bulb overhead casting long shadows on the cracked plaster walls. Outside, the city murmured, somewhere between restless and indifferent. A distant dog barked. A motorcycle hummed past, its engine a low growl swallowed by the night. The scent of rain, faint and wet, drifted in through the cracked window. I breathed it in, trying to steady the tremor in my chest. Mara was standing by the door, arms crossed, eyes sharp. I could almost feel her waiting for me to break, to say something, anything that might change the course we were on. But the words wouldn't come. Instead, I found myself reaching for the USB drive again, the cool metal biting into my palm. I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, why didn't you tell me before? About the extraction file, the syndicate? Her gaze didn't soften. Because you weren't ready. Because you needed to see it for yourself. Now you can't pretend it's not real. She paused, then added, and because they're watching. Always. That last sentence landed like a punch. Watching. The thought wrapped around my spine, squeezing tight. I'd felt it before, the prickling awareness of being followed, monitored. But this was on another level entirely. I stood up, pacing the room, the rough floorboards creaking underfoot. The sweat on my back was cold, sticky. I couldn't shake the feeling that the walls themselves were listening, that the shadows were alive with eyes. What exactly are they after? I demanded. Why us? Why me? Mara's lips twitched, almost a smirk. Because you saw something you shouldn't have. Because you're the weak link. If you break, they lose control. But if you hold fast, maybe there's a chance. A chance. The word tasted bitter, like stale coffee left too long in a chipped mug. I wanted to believe it, but every instinct screamed that I was already tangled too deep. Suddenly, the door creaked open. I froze. It was Luca, our quietest companion, the one who'd laughed least but watched most. His eyes were wide, his jaw tight. "They're here," he said, voice low, urgent. My heart slammed against my ribs. I barely had time to process before Mara was moving, grabbing the laptop and the USB drive in one fluid motion. "We don't have much time," she said, her voice clipped. "They'll be checking this building soon. We need to disappear." Disappear. The word brought a cold edge to the room. But where? How? The city was a maze, a sprawling web of streets and secrets, but so were they. The syndicate knew every path, every shortcut, every shadow to hide in. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. What about the others? The people who don't know? The ones who think this is just a backpacking trip? Mara's eyes darkened. They're collateral. We can't save everyone. I wanted to argue, to say that we could fight back, that there had to be a way out without sacrifice. But the look on her face told me the fight was already lost. The only question left was how much we'd lose before the end. We slipped out into the night, the city's noise swallowing us whole. The air was cooler now, but every breath felt like inhaling glass. The streets were alive with the distant hum of traffic, the occasional shout, the clatter of footsteps. I kept glancing over my shoulder, certain shadows were moving just beyond my sight. Mara led us down narrow alleys, past shuttered shops and flickering street lamps. Luca stayed close, his eyes darting nervously. I trailed behind, clutching the USB drive like a lifeline. Then, as we rounded a corner, a sharp light cut across the street, a flashlight beam, slicing through the darkness like an item. "Police checkpoint," Mara whispered, voice tight. I froze. My hands trembled. How did they always know? Every time, before it happened, they'd somehow sensed it, like they had a sixth sense for danger. But this was something else. Something deliberate. Mara stepped into the shadows, pulling us with her. Stay quiet. Stay low. We crouched behind a dumpster, the smell of rotting food and spilled beer rising up in waves. The beam passed inches from my face, making me flinch. My heart hammered so loud I was sure it would betray us. Luca's breath came in shallow bursts. Mara's fingers brushed mine briefly, steadying, warning. The checkpoint lasted what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Voices barked orders, boots pounded the pavement, cars slowed then sped up. Then the light moved on, swallowed by the night. We exhaled together, a silent release. But the danger didn't fade. If anything, it sharpened, like the edge of an item just out of sight. Why do they want us so badly? I asked, voice cracking. Mara didn't answer right away. Finally, she said, because knowledge is power. Because we've stumbled into something bigger than any of us imagined. And because they can't let that get out. I thought about the files on the USB drive, the extraction plan, the shadowy figures watching from grainy footage. The realization hit me like a wave. This wasn't just surveillance. It was control. Control that extended into every corner of the cities we passed through, every checkpoint, every emergency. My companions weren't just predicting these events, they were part of the mechanism that created them. The thought made my skin crawl. We moved again, faster now, urgency propelling us through empty streets and silent courtyards. The city felt hostile, a labyrinth designed to trap us. Every sound was amplified, our footsteps echoing, the distant clang of a metal gate, the low murmur of voices behind closed doors. I kept stealing glances at Mara and Luca, trying to gauge their resolve. They seemed unshakable, but their eyes betrayed exhaustion, fear buried deep beneath calm. At one point, Mara paused, pulling out her phone. The screen lit up with a map dotted with red markers, blinking like warning lights. They're closing in. We're running out of time. A cold knot formed in my stomach. No safe corners. No escape routes. Just a tightening noose. Then, a sudden vibration in my pocket. I pulled out my own phone, an unknown number, no caller ID. My fingers hovered, heart pounding. "Don't answer," Mara hissed, eyes locked on mine. But I did. The line clicked open, and a distorted voice whispered, "You're too close. Stop now." The call ended. Silence. Complete silence. My hands shook. The room, the streets, the city itself, it felt like it was shrinking around me, closing in. I glanced at Mara. Who was that? She bit her lip. A message. A warning. I wanted to scream, to run, to disappear into the night. But the truth was clear. The syndicate had us in their grip. The sun had just begun its slow descent behind the jagged hills when I found myself standing alone on the cracked pavement of a near-empty street in a small border town between Hungary and Slovakia. The air smelled of dust and diesel, the kind that sticks to your skin and lingers in your throat if you breathe too deeply. I had left the hostel early, claiming I wanted to explore by myself, but really, I needed distance from the quiet certainty my companions carried like a shadow. For weeks, I'd watched them predict every checkpoint, every emergency, every minor disruption before it even happened. It was a precision that defied reason. I'd asked, pushing too hard, and they'd smiled or shrugged, never answering directly. At first, I thought it was luck or perhaps insider knowledge, maybe one of them had contacts in local police or border patrol, but now, I wasn't so sure. There was something else. Something darker. I felt the rough plaster of a nearby wall, cool under my fingertips, and let my gaze drift to the horizon where the sky melted from blue to orange. The town was quiet, save for the faint murmur of voices from an open cafe a block away and the distant clatter of a bicycle chain. I wanted to believe I could just step back into the group and pretend none of it mattered. But the knot in my stomach tightened with every breath. Earlier that day, I confronted them again. We'd been sitting under the shade of a crumbling church, the kind of place tourists avoid because it doesn't fit the postcard image. I'd asked, how do you know every checkpoint before it's set up? How do you predict every emergency? They exchanged glances, brief, nearly imperceptible, and one of them, Martin, shrugged. "We pay attention," he said. "You just need to watch the signs." I didn't buy it. Not anymore. I could see their eyes flicker, a hardness beneath the surface, an unspoken rule being enforced by silence. Instead of pressing further, I kept quiet and watched, trying to piece together the fragments of their behavior. Now, standing alone, I realized the weight of that silence. Was I part of something I didn't understand? Were they protecting me or trapping me? The evening air cooled rapidly, the shadows stretching like fingers across the uneven cobblestones. I pulled my jacket tighter around me. The sound of footsteps echoed behind a deliberate, measured pace. My heart stumbled, and I turned sharply. It was Lena. She smiled softly, the kind of smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "You left early," she said. I was worried. I needed some air, I replied, my voice rough. I needed to think. She nodded, stepping closer so the warm scent of her shampoo brushed against me. You're asking questions, she said quietly. I swallowed hard. I can't stop. Good, she said, her tone almost approving. Because you deserve to know. Her words hung in the air, thick with meaning. She glanced around before continuing, voice dropping to a whisper. We're not just tourists, and we're not just friends. I blinked, the street lamp flickering above us casting her face in a stuttering light. What are you saying? That we have connections, she said. Connections that keep us safe. That keep us moving through places others can't. I shook my head. You mean, like some kind of network? Surveillance? She hesitated, then nodded. Yes, but not the kind you see on the news. It's more subtle. More intertwined. I swallowed again, the words tangling in my throat. Why? Why bring me along if you knew all this? Lena looked away, eyes tracing the cracked sidewalk. Because you needed to see. Because you needed to understand. And now, she met my gaze. Now, you choose. The weight of her words pressed down on me like the humid night air. Choose what? To stay? To leave? To accept a reality I didn't want to believe? I thought about the past weeks, the whispered warnings, the sudden detours, the way they always seemed 2 steps ahead of trouble. I thought about the fear that had settled deep in my chest, a slow burn that never quite went out. Tell me everything, I said finally. No more secrets. Lena smiled, a real one this time, the tension easing from her shoulders. All right. But it's a long story. We walked together toward a small cafe still open, the hum of conversation spilling onto the street like warm light. Inside, under the flickering neon sign, she began to unravel the truth. Their network was a patchwork of contacts, journalists, aid workers, local guides, people who slipped under the radar, sharing information in whispers and code. It wasn't sinister, exactly. More like a protective web woven from the cracks of bureaucracy and politics. They'd learned to read the signs, a sudden change in patrol routes, a new roadblock, a spike in local unrest. They used this knowledge to navigate danger, to stay ahead. But there was more. The network wasn't always neutral. Sometimes it served interests that weren't theirs or mine. Sometimes it meant choosing sides in conflicts I hadn't even realized existed. I listened, the weight of it settling like cold stone in my stomach. All this time, I thought I was just tagging along, a fellow traveler. Instead, I'd been a part of a delicate, dangerous dance. Later, as we stepped outside, the sky was ink black, stars hidden by a thin haze. The town was asleep, but the world beyond was still moving, still watching. I looked at Lena and the others waiting quietly a few feet away. They were no longer just companions but gatekeepers of a hidden reality. I had a choice, walk away and never look back, or step deeper into the shadows with them. I'll stay, I said, surprising even myself. Lena nodded, relief softening her expression. We'll be careful. As we moved through the silent streets, I realized I was no longer the same person who had started this journey. The road ahead was uncertain, but for the first time, I understood the cost of knowing and the strange freedom that came with it. Silence. Complete silence. Then, the distant rumble of a vehicle. A checkpoint had been set up just beyond the curve. They knew it was coming. They always did. And now, so did I.